It's deep where the heart makes sound. One last beat and it might bleed out. I just might leave now, empty these airbags and lie me down. See the lies in your eyes catching up with your mouth. I made my mistakes, of course I never lived them down. You won't let me, left marks on your heart. You will never forget me, condescend me and call me proud. I told you what you need to win and how. I'm a madman now. My worst fears realized, no longer the sad clown, Pagliacci the Pennywise. The point of no return, make them ashes and let them fly. You ain't gon' save them all, so go ahead and just let them die. Murder these emotions, bury them deep inside. If I get any colder, I swear I'ma freeze the shy. All I could do is soldier, marching through a starry night, focused on the end game, finally gon' get it right. Find myself in the light, been fighting for my fucking life, dealing with you fake fucks. I ain't gotta say much, you know what it is, kid. I just wanna blaze up, continue getting rich, bitch, and blow the fucking name up. Built by where I came from, pushed by what I've been through. You deferred my dreams, the reason I resent you. It don't make no sense, you pretend I don't offend you. I'm everything you hate, but if you walked a mile in these shoes, you finally understand why it's not in me to respect you. We come from different fabric, different madness, different venue. We lost our common ground, the bond just wasn't sound. The objective was to come up, and now you bring me down. Now you bring me down.
Crushing me inside.
Cold stares and crooked smiles for what seemed a million miles. Every demon that I let in is out to hunt me down. Burn this jungle up around me, leave the ashes on the ground. Scorched earth, cursed birth, body bags of 4 pounds. This is what we left with, why else would we be desperate? Gunning for each other's heads, wishing everybody dead. Fight the reaper often, but he will never soften. Relentless with his methods, he will put you in the coffin. My mind isn't earned, cause I've already burned. Drowned in the dark matter, mirror shattered, I've learned. You won't take what I've earned, never break what I create. Cause I have made the sacrifices you're afraid to make. My fear is lost potential, being anything but great. Succumbing to the suckers, to the leeches and the hate. Politicians with their speeches in these streets cannot debate. Punch your ballots with these bullets and you'll run and seal your fate. Democracy's a mockery, only the strongest stay. The weak will fade away, and us will see another day. No matter what another motherfucker has to say, I will never let you hold me in one place. Your problems are your own, it's personal, emotions overblown. Living separate visions, conscience overthrown. I trust none of you bastards, I'm safest when I'm alone. It's sad, I understand it's how it is out on this road. To take a gorilla's grip to hold on to your soul. Brute force to stick to the script and not let it go. You can't slip, one false move and you'll never know. Had you gotten up, how far you go? How far you go? yourself to your purpose, you persevere through the slums. Maneuver smooth through the hustle, you careful making your runs. Everyone packing pistols, stay safely behind your gun. Make sure you got your own back, them busters run. Don't end up doing long time, cause busters some. Looks like loyalty's a thing of the past. And these gangster flicks and rap vids got y'all gas. So when the lead start flying, my guess is that's your ass. Death will let no man pass. My circle is small and for the living, the strong and unforgiving. No nonsense, the driven, each one obsessed with winning. Settle for less is bullshit, I want it all. Take yours, cut it all up and give to the poor. Sit back, watch the fireworks and witness the war. At the day's end, I want more. At the end of the day, when it all goes away, nothing left to see here, nothing else to say. When the cloud goes up, put the playlist on, let the sound go up. For the drama, you ain't got no beef, and I ain't got no time, cause I don't get no sleep, and I don't need help, only I can do me, and I'ma be fine, cause I wasn't born weak, see the world ain't mine, cause I wasn't born meek, but I walk this planet for the things that I seek, I suffer in the gutter, push my being to the brink, create what wasn't there, bring life to what I think, blow my cloud in the air, keep my consciousness in sync, my instincts well aware, prepared to throw the kitchen sink, keep fighting till it's finished, till the whole shit sink, till I hit rock bottom, bounce back and reach peak. Back in my proper placement, ready for shit I'm facing. Still feeling alive, cause my heart's still racing. My mind's still moving towards the peace I'm chasing. Tomorrow's not promised, so motherfuck patience. At the end of the day, when it all goes away, nothing left to see here, nothing else to say. When the cloud goes up, put the playlist on, let the sound go up. Till the clouds show up, when the cloud come down, put it right back up and fly. Put the cloud back up and fly. Put it right back up and fly. The blunt side roll, lift the cloud off my soul and help me understand exactly where I'm supposed to go. Help me make a stand, know what I'm supposed to know. See through the facade, try to let my anger go. Life goes on, another show, another town, some of the clowns, some of the hoes. But the only thing that matters waiting on me back at home. Legacy building in the midst of menacing villains, murdering children like the killings becoming thrilling. The rush of bloodlust, women, baby, civilians. Land gon' become sand from all the graves that they filling. Bodies in the lake, other shake on the sidewalk. Yellow crime tape, nothing fake, no outline chalk. Just a kid meeting his fate, knowing his time gone. Bleeding out, hearing the screams of his crying grandma. Dying inside, cause she know that her grandchild gone. So there's nothing left to say. At the end of the day, when it all goes away, nothing left to see here, nothing else to say. When the cloud goes up, put the playlist on, let the sound go up. What's poppin', salutes. Welcome to Shy Ill Reacts. I am your host, Shy Ill. We are back in the building, y'all. Salutes. What is poppin'? How y'all doing today on this lovely Wednesday evening? Salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all for being here. All right. We're gonna cover a couple of things. We're gonna shout out the chat. I'm gonna spend as much time on the content today as I can, and out of the chat until opportune times, because there's a lot to get through. So salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all for being here. Shout out Rilo first and foremost on the check-in. Salutes to you, sir. Shout out Mota Warrior. Starting off with the edible. Buen provecho. May it land how it's supposed to. Shout out Eddie Jimenez. Appreciate you, sir. Shout out El Padrino. Good evening.
Shout out to homie Crash Out. Appreciate you, sir. El Padrino says shout out from Maxwell Street Polish spot on Canal Street. Salutes, man. Get you a pork chop sandwich. Just don't bite the bone. Crash Out asked if you work there. Not hungry. Soggy fries. Keep your car smelling for the next 2 weeks. Yeah, it's gonna take you back. You'll be like, ah, damn, it smells like these fries. I'm going back. Salutes, Ivan. I appreciate you. Ah, there you go. And no, he's not chipping his tooth on the pork chop sandwich. Gotta watch the bone, bro. Don't knock a tooth out with the bone. Shout out Juan Quintero. Salutes to you, sir. I appreciate you being here. All right, couple things to cover today. Today we're gonna cover the allegations set against UFC light heavyweight champion Alex Pereira. I had to think about it because he was once the middleweight champion. Alex Pereira, allegations against him. We're gonna cover that real quick. Salutes to Albert Flores for dropping that in the Discord. All right. Salutes Alonso 5150. Appreciate you, sir. So we're going to cover the allegations against Alex Pereira. We are going to cover Miriam Hernandez, a woman that lost her child and went to war with the cartel. So I'm looking to hear that story. And then we're going to cover a channel called The Gray Line Behind the Thin Blue Line, or the thin gray line around the thin blue line. I'm gonna link you guys to their channel and all, their links and stuff like that. We're gonna cover them. They had Buddy from Borderland Beat on there, and we're gonna hear about 4 theories that are out there on Mayo's capture. Again, nothing new, no new developments that I've seen. I mean, it's a lot of Spanish stuff to translate. I'm trying to do that. My understanding is that if I'm gonna cover this Mayo situation and keep you guys updated, I'm gonna be doing those in videos that I upload instead of on live, so that I could focus on the information. Cause nobody is bringing that information in English, and that I know of, and it's gonna be a whole lot of stuff to translate. So I'm gonna need that focus when the time comes to do that. Shout out Bobby D on the check-in. I appreciate you. With that said, make sure y'all hit the like button. Smoke them if you got them. Crack them open if you got them. If you're sober, here's a hug for you. Salutes. And boom, let's get into it. I appreciate you guys for being here. And tell a friend, man. All right, looks like we're going to have a smaller crowd today than we've had in the last couple of days. It's understandable. The internet is very fickle. People are very fickle. So salutes. All right, with that said, we're going to get into the Alex Pereira stuff. Shout out to Weasel. I'm going to link y'all to the Weasel's channel for those that are into combat sports. Shout out Oso on the check-in. Salutes. I forgot to shout out Oso. He was on the other side. I had him up to mad long. Salutes to Oso on the check-in. I appreciate you. But let me link y'all to his to the Weasel's channel. The Weasel covers mixed martial arts. He does very in-depth videos on things happening in mixed martial arts. So it's a dope channel, well put together channel. Salutes to him. Shout out Peter on the check-in. What it do, Shot? Salutes to you, Peter. Appreciate you being here. Again, I wanted to go on much earlier today, but YouTube annoyed me. So, I went on with my life for a little while. Make sure y'all hit that like button, y'all. So Alex Pereira, long story short, was a kickboxer for many, many years. Also, y'all let me know. I'll ask again when we start. Let me know if the audio's right. I want to keep the audio from the video rolling and talk over it as much as I can. I will be stopping it here and there. But let me know if, the audio's louder than me. I'm louder than the audio, something like that. Salutes. Alex Pereira was a kickboxer. In his kickboxing career, he beat Israel Adesanya, which was the champion of the, he was a middleweight champion for the UFC. He beat him twice in kickboxing. So the UFC thought, while Israel was, huge, that they would, see if they can reach out and get a hold of the guy that beat him twice, and see if they could bring him to the UFC and have them, have these fights, this fourth fight, because they ended up going 4, I believe, in the UFC. And they did that. The thing on Alex was, Alex had succumbed to alcoholism. towards the end of his kickboxing career. I guess throughout it, but towards the end of his kickboxing career, he fell into alcoholism, and one day Israel Adesanya did a interview, and he basically said, I drove the guy to drink. The guy's a talent. He's sitting in the bar somewhere doing nothing, and that put a fire under Alex's ass to get up and get in the UFC, train and do his thing. Got in, made a name for himself right away. Got some big knockouts and ended up fighting Adesanya and beating him, and then Adesanya ended up beating him. And then he moved up to light heavyweight, became the champion there. And now he's basically the face of mixed martial arts. I mean, when all of your pound-for-pound greats, like John Jones or Conor or all these guys, when they're all talking and not fighting, guys like Alex and Islam Makhachev and these guys are actually out there fighting. You know what I'm saying? So Alex is basically the face of the UFC right now. And he falls under fire this week and falls into some accusations against salutes to Albert Flores for helping push the content forward. I appreciate you. And here we go. Crash Out says 7,805 subscribers on the road to 10K. Hit the like button. Let me see. What's the number? 7,825 subscribers on the road to 10K. Hit the like button. It's free and join if possible. Salutes. I appreciate you. Crash Out. El Padrino said, last MMA fight I had was with my dignity when I ordered 2 Polishes with extra onions about a half an hour ago. Good luck with that. So you in for one of the fights of your life. Salute. All right, salute Stephen R. Appreciate you. Albert Flores just got here, brother. Salutes to you, sir. All right, with that said, let's get into this Alex Pereira breakdown. Salutes. Hit the like button. Appreciate y'all. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. Shout out Kerry Heck Perez. Salutes. I'll be knowing who I'm talking to when I be talking to him. I don't know if it's Heck or Kerry. But the same thing happened with Analia. All right? We're going to call him Manalia from now on because Analia, my friends, is a man. We there was some signs out there, but we came to the conclusion and we spoke to him, and now we know what's happening. All right? So salutes, Kerry Heck Perez. I appreciate you. Let's get into it, y'all. Salutes.
Sherlock Weasel is back on the case, and this time Sherlock Weasel.
Now, I have this sped up to 1.5, so I got it at 1.5 speed, just for time's sake. Listen, I listen to things at 2 times speed, right? I could decipher it, and I'm used to it already. But if it's too fast for you, y'all let me know, and I'll bring it down, all right? Salutes.
Is back on the case, and this time it's Alex Pereira, who got accused of SA, but much further, like the worst part of that. And it's by some girl named Meredith Brown, who's a TikToker and also an OF star who posts very provocative content. Well, she came out on TikTok and alleged all these different things.
Heck, salutes Heck. It's my wife's channel. Out of sight, out of mind. I appreciate you. Like and share. Salutes. El Cartel Familia. Salutes.
About what Pereira did to her, and not only that, but Pereira further, like the worst part of that. And it's by some girl named Meredith Brown, who's a TikToker and also an OF star who posts very provocative content. Well, she came out on TikTok and alleged all these different things about what Pereira did to her, and not only that, but Pereira was with one of his friends who she calls Mel, which I don't think is his translator. I think it's another fighter that's his friend, and she had a friend with her as well. And thanks to my detective team, they have found that it might be not 100% concrete, but it might be this girl named Jessie, who's on Instagram that happened to unfollow each other. So both Meredith and Jessie unfollowed each other, which is very strange. Now Meredith's Instagram has been taken down, whether she deleted it. There have been people that said that they saw her deactivate and reactivate it over and over again. Perhaps she's the one that deleted her Instagram account, but we have some highlights from her and her friend. It looks like Jessie, this is her highlights right here. She's at the arena of UFC 302, and here's Meredith's highlight where it looks like they're sitting right next to each other. But it seems like that might be the friend of Meredith, who she linked.
So that moved kind of fast. So let's look at these tweets we got here. Or these I don't know if these are TikToks or something. Shout out Sheldon Espinoza. What up, bro? Salutes to my boys, the Monkey Twin. Salutes. Oh, my you guys. I got you guys off screen. Here we go. So we can start that over even. But let's read this. In this TikTok, it says, and an effing predator that likes to blank girls in the blank. Okay. It's a bit much. Pink Panther said, I will bring you 3,000 to 5,000 people within a week. I'm looking for that, Pink Panther. Salutes. When you come back, after that happens, mucho aplauso para ti. Salutes. Aplauso para ti. Salutes. Appreciate you. And then the bottom says, if only she had known what was in store for her that night. So did she put that title right there? That sounds like something from a book. Young Jizzle said, we only doing vertical, Shael? No, sir, we're doing both. Salute. For some reason. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. That we gravy. If only she had known what was in store for her that night. And then it says, took me a while to find the courage to come out and say this, but I've been struggling so much with my mental health, and I could barely get out of bed these days. It's eating me alive, keeping it inside. Contains Meet the Grams from Kendrick Lamar.
Thanks to my detective team, they
So let's
case,
go through
and
this
this time it's Alex Pereira, who got accused of SA, but much further, like the worst part of that. And it's by some girl named Meredith Brown, who's a TikToker and also an OF star who posts very provocative content. Well, she came out on TikTok and alleged all these different things about what Pereira did to her. And not only that, but Pereira was with one of his friends who she calls Mel, which I don't think is his translator. I think it's another fighter that's his friend. And she had a friend with her as well. And thanks to my detective team, they have found that it might be, not 100% concrete, but it might be this girl named Jessie, who's on Instagram that happened to unfollow each other. So both Meredith and Jessie unfollowed each other, which is very strange. Now Meredith's Instagram has been taken down, whether she deleted it. There have been people that said that they saw her deactivate and reactivate it over and over again. Perhaps she's the one that deleted her Instagram account, but we have some highlights from her and her friend.
So the friend and her unfollowed each other, and the accuser has deleted her Instagram multiple times, according to quote-unquote sources. Shout out Vernon Himes on the check-in. Salutes.
It looks like Jessie, this is her highlights right here. She's at the arena of UFC 302, and here's Meredith's highlight, where it looks like they're sitting right next to each other. But it seems like that might be the friend of Meredith, who she linked up with Alex Pereira through, right? Fight Clock MMA on Twitter did a really good job on finding a lot of this stuff, as well as P3RX_310. Now, a lot of this information is just going around Twitter and stuff. There is this screenshot that, if it's real, she pretty much admits to it all being fake. And
Meredith. Well, I don't know who's messaging her. That's not there. Nice fake allegations. Hope your failed OF career produced enough money for defense lawyers. She laughed that off and said, the money I'm making from all the exposure to my OnlyFans will pay well for them. That's a crazy answer.
This is just clear-cut evidence for Alex Pereira to sue her for defamation. He would absolutely win very easily. But the thing is, it could also be fake. It's a screenshot of a DM that someone had with this Meredith girl. So take it with a grain of salt. It could be true, but
bragging about your OnlyFans exposure is crazy. But here's what's weird to me. So this is supposedly a picture exposing Meredith, right? But why does it look like it's on Meredith's story, this screenshot? So here's the screenshot, goes from here to here. Again, it's redacted because you don't see the person who messaged her. But why would this outing of herself be on her story? This looks like it's on her story with a Lil B song. Shout out to Lil B. Lil B bought my album back in the day, gave me a shout out. Salute to him. So that's weird.
we just don't know. But according to Meredith, she says she was never a big with to sue her for defamation. He would absolutely win very easily. But the thing is, it could also be fake. It's a screenshot of a DM that someone had with this Meredith girl. So take it with a grain of salt. It could be true, but we just don't know. But according to Meredith, she says she was never a big UFC fan. She didn't even know who Alex Pereira was, which is kind of strange because she was at UFC 299. She actually
flashing my cherries if Sean wins. Wait for the end.
She posted that she was there. There's a video of her and she flashed the audience when Sean O'Malley won.
I didn't know cherries was tatas. Cherries is tatas. Salute. Shout out Old 30 North. Appreciate you, sir. Crash out says she bogus trying to take that man's dignity. Females like her be trying to chase the fame, whatever it takes. It's actually disgusting. Ruin that man's career. I don't know, man. It happens. It happens too often. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't know cherries was tatas. All right, so boom, she flashed everybody at the end of Sugar Sean's victory.
On the fight. So I don't really believe her. She says she was never a big UFC fan. She didn't even know who Alex Pereira was, which is kind of strange because she was at UFC 299. She actually posted that she was there. There's a video of her and she flashed the audience when Sean O'Malley won the fight. So I don't really believe her that she knew who O'Malley is, but she doesn't know who Pereira is. Alex Pereira is the face of the UFC. He's the most relevant name in the sport. It's hard to go through any UFC social media platform or even watch their fights on TV without Alex Pereira being mentioned somewhere. So her not knowing who he is kind of strange. She also took a picture with him, but she says she's not a fan. She didn't know who he was. He wanted to take a picture with her instead. Okay. I mean, it's possible, right? It is possible he saw a girl that he thought was attractive. He was like, yo, can I take a picture picture with you after I just took a picture with your friend. Okay, it is possible, but it's not too believable, logically. And this is all before we get into the whole SAing that she alleged. That's just a bit of a backstory there. Oh, and on all of her social media accounts, she has a link to her OF as well. Now, this doesn't mean that an OF girl cannot be SA. Of course they can, but it is something that we have to note as well, because if she is proven to be false, or she's telling a false allegation, then it's most likely to be true that she's drawing people into clicking on that link to subscribe to her. And that seems to be the biggest claim from MMA fans toward her, that that's what she's doing. Especially after you hear her story, a lot of people don't seem to believe her at all. Now, firstly, before we get into it, it's always innocent until proven guilty. Alex Pereira and the girl are both innocent until any good proof is brought forward. Pereira has not even spoken on the matter at all, so we cannot...
Carrie said not Heck said not tatas. Bruh, I gotta watch what I say around here, man. YouTube is on my back like fucking gorilla.
Even bring him into this, whether he's innocent or guilty, until any good proof is brought forward. Pereira has not even spoken on the matter at all, so we cannot even bring him into this, whether he's innocent or guilty at all. We have to always give a defendant in this public court, which is a very strange thing, but that's essentially what it's become before it ever goes to an actual court, which it should go to. Anytime there's any allegation like this, it should be brought to the authorities, it should be brought to the police, and should be handled in the court with professionals. She decided to go to TikTok instead and never contacted the authorities as far as our knowledge goes. She never...
That's weird. All right. That's weird. She went straight to TikTok. No police involvement, nothing. Just allegations. So we can say whatever we want about anybody at any moment. Salute Jonathan Pantoja on the check-in. Appreciate you, sir. You gotta watch out. Facts. You went to TikTok. You didn't go to the authorities. Yeah, I don't.
Never mentioned it at all, and I think that's which it should go to.
Jonathan says, "Shot, did you get my dono? Did you power chat it? Power chat be wildin'. Let's see. I don't see nothing in the power chat yet, man. I'm gonna log out and log back in, I guess. It's giving me a headache, this power chat shit. Boom. There. Let's get this. Oh, wait a minute. Shout out Heck. I appreciate you, sir, for the Cash App. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, he said power chat. All right, give me 1 second. We're gonna get right back into this. I want to make sure things are working as I move forward and get into the content. Here we go. Boom. Let's do that. And where is it? Here we go. Right, logged back in. You already know the game, Jonathan. If it doesn't ring out eventually, I will make sure to refund you, sir. And then I will cuss out Power Chat sometime tomorrow. Everybody getting after me, boy. Oh no. Hold on, let's get through this chat real quick. Appreciate you, Heck. Thank you, sir, for your dono. I appreciate you. Who getting sniped tonight? Salute 404. Hopefully nobody. Hopefully everybody chilling. All right. Padrino said that lady looks as shiesty as the live stripper at Flappers joint on Blue Island and Western. Salutes. I mean, you're just seeing her right now. You're going to hear her and see her in a minute. So let's see how that works. Shout out, Crash Out. YouTube always trying to rob you, Shot. Dog, they stay on top of me, man. Their new trick, as I was telling everybody, their new trick on YouTube is, I'll upload a video. I'll wait for the monetization process to happen. I'll wait for them to say that they're going to monetize it or demonetize it, and they'll monetize it. And then when I release it, they'll start the process over again and demonetize it. I don't know what it is, man. I feel like I'm being targeted. It is what it is. Such a small channel targeted. They're trying to stump my growth. Izzy PG was said, went to everybody but the cops. Literally everybody. Went to TikTok. Went to the internet. I don't know that the internet is a place for that. And here's the thing. When things like this happen, I'm not saying this young lady, but when things like this happen and these women lie, right? Not only is it an affront to the men right, that they're accusing, right? It's affront to all men because this can happen to people. I mean, there's guys that have served many years worth of time to find out that it wasn't true. That woman should be going to prison for whatever years he served. But this happens all the time, right? They're not only an affront to the men, they're an affront to the women that this really happens to. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure there's a woman somewhere that has been through this that can look at a story and say she is lying. Because never would I feel like I'm gonna jump on social media before either I'm gonna talk to nobody or my best friend or I'm going to the police, man. But I don't know how many of these women that this happens to. Again, I don't know nothing about it. I'm a man that don't have these problems, don't have to worry about it. You know what I'm saying? But I love women. You know what I mean? And this is it's horrible that this shit exists and it happens. And again, I feel like these type of people, these type of predators, they don't have no place. Right? But women that are predators that are out there lying, they're doing a disservice to other women, man. It's sad. It's sad. Salutes Omar Carranza said she deleted her TikTok and Instagram account, I heard. You're gonna see. Chicago Pizza, Detroit, the world need the answer. I don't think I had pizza in Detroit. But I'm gonna say Chicago regardless. Ghost Watchers, hit the like button. Yeah, you ain't even gotta tell us you hit it. As a matter of fact, you can hit the dislike button. Just hit a button. Shout out Chicago Pizza from April Campbell. I appreciate you. Home run in all the way. You wildin'. Rilo says she flashed the audience but claims somebody took the cat. Hex said keeping it too real is why they rather freestyle about fake news. Keeping it too real is why they rather you freestyle about fake news. Facts. Also said they need to go to jail for these false accusations. Facts. Facts. Because I remember hearing girls that did this in college, dudes that served their time. Then later, the girl feels, the girl feels guilty. And then she reach out, send him a later, I'm sorry. Apologies do not cut it when you took 15, 20, 10, 5, 6 years of my life. Apologies don't cut it. You got to go to jail. Shout out SoCal on the check-in. I appreciate you. I've been going back watching your old content, Shy. I recommend everybody go back and do it. Also, great vid, Shy. You never fail. A salute to you. I appreciate you, bro. But yeah, so she wilding as of right now. Heck said playing the victim card. Facts. That's the biggest red flag I've seen so far is that she didn't go to authorities. We're talking about the Jonathan Pantoja. What we're talking about? We're talking about the Alex Pereira allegations. UFC light heavyweight champion. Salutes Velez on the check-in. Okay, you guys sidetracked us with the pizza. Y'all can keep y'all pizza talk in the chat. Salutes. But yeah, that's what we're talking about, Jonathan. And I'm refreshing this power chat over here, trying to see what the hell the problem is. I gotta talk to Zaya because I know when his is stuck. I don't know if he can unstick it or if it's just a waiting game with what's his face with power chat. Again, hit the like button. It's free. Salutes. So y'all think she's telling the truth? We ain't even got all the way into it yet, Velez. Nobody's heard a word of it. We're just hearing this little piece right here. Here we go. Shout out Manalia. Every time I hear a case like this, it makes me wonder if it's BS. Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing. It ain't always BS. And that's the disservice that these women that do BS are doing to other women. You got to figure it out now. UFC fighter fake allegations against him, in my personal opinion. Yep, it's up to everybody now to figure it out. But let's see what she got to say. We haven't even got there yet. Let's get it.
Anytime there's any allegation like this, it should be brought to the authorities. It should be brought to the
That's the biggest red flags. Wasn't brought to the authorities. That shit is weird to me.
police and should be handled in the court with professionals. She decided to go to TikTok instead and never contacted the authorities as far as our knowledge goes. She never mentioned it at all. And I think that's a very important detail of her entire story that she went to the authorities. And at the end of the video, I'm going to show some of the things that she posted after this alleged story, right? She was posting stuff on her OF, Twitter, and her TikTok the day after all of this. But before that, it's always going to be public court.
Look at
and
that.
the defense.
Butt shot.
And Alex Pereira has not said anything, and until he does, there's no verdict on whether he's guilty. We always have to give everybody a chance to speak. Now, on her part, she brought some kind of evidence. It's her story and the picture she took with Pereira. That's the only evidence she brought forward, even though she says she has more. She didn't post any of it yet. She says she has text. She says she has camera footage and all this stuff, CCTV footage in different places that she was with Pereira because she went around the place with him throughout the night. It wasn't just at the hotel where the alleged essay happened. Well, here's the videos of Meredith Brown speaking about the whole thing, and I'll be pausing it throughout just to give a bit of my commentary, of course. There are a lot of
Is it moving too fast for y'all? Should I slow it down? Y'all let me know.
baseless claims that have no relevance at all to the story. And night, it wasn't just at the hotel where the alleged essay happened. Well, here's the videos of Meredith Brown speaking about the whole thing, and I'll be pausing it throughout just to give a bit of my commentary. Of course.
Maybe I should slow it to normal just to watch her talk and her body language and all that good stuff. Here we go.
There are a lot of baseless claims that have no relevance at all to the story, which she wants to hammer at home for some reason. Like, for an example, when she keeps saying that he's done this before, right? He's done this before. Saying something like that actually hurts her if she ever wants to take that to court. And also her saying he tried to take her socks off and she didn't want to because she has blisters on her feet. She was very detailed on that, which is not really relevant to the story about blisters and some other stuff like that.
Okay, this is my 40th time trying to make this video, so I'm going to try to do it again without crying. Alex Pereira's assistant, translator, I don't know who he is to him. His name is Mel. My friend followed him on Instagram over 2 months ago. He DMs her after she follows him, asks her questions like how long she had been doing kickboxing for, how she got into it, stuff like that. He asks her if she's going to the fight in New Jersey that we went to. I don't know what number it was.
UFC 302, which she actually tags in her description. Now for her,
This is whether she's telling the truth or not. This is what we're dealing with though in humanity and in the comments, right? Because anonymity allows people to say whatever they want to say. And he said making these lies up, so I'm gonna actually do that to you. This is what we're dealing with in society right here, right? So there will be a day where this anonymity is gone, and you're going to have to stand on top of, behind, and around the words that you say, or underneath them, you know? But this is filth right here, right? But this dude, he thinks he's funny. He laughs at his own jokes. They be in the comments laughing at their own jokes and shit. Fuck out of here. It seems a little sus. If it ain't true, yep. Can you imagine being accused as a Chomes and being innocent? Man. I think these bros cheat their way through fame like up, down, left, right. Yeah, it's not Contra. She went straight to social media and then her lawyer. No need for cops. She's a money-hungry female. She's selling pics of her body and her booty for money. So I don't believe her. Can you imagine being accused? Dan Sosa, buenas noches. Salutes to you, Dan Sosa. Salutes, Jersey. Your life would never be the same. It's just a terrible thought. It's just, you putting a scarlet letter on somebody that don't deserve it. But here's again, these type of people, these commenters on YouTube, they're the first ones and the quickest to throw these words around when they don't mean nothing, when there's no evidence behind it, when there's no nothing, right? We do that shit on a regular. She writing on a grudge or what? I don't know. We got to listen to the rest of the story. Salutes. All right. Good show, bro. Hope you get your golden views. Bless. I'm still on my family trip. Salutes. Enjoy your trip. Safe travels. All right. Let's get it.
her to say that she didn't know it, I don't know.
To the fight
So now she don't know what fight she went to. El Padrino, we definitely need to hear more facts.
To it, stuff like that. He asks her if she's going to the fight in New Jersey that we went to. I don't know what number it was.
UFC 302, which she actually tags in her description. Now, for her to say that she didn't know it, I don't know, man. She was at 299, which was a couple months before, but okay.
I'm not into it like that, like she is. This was my first time ever meeting Alex or knowing who he was. I'm not a huge UFC fan. I just got into it because my friend was into it.
I feel like she's saying everything defensive, and then I went to the UFC fight because I had to go to the UFC fight. Like, she's just, everything she's saying is in defense. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, so I went to the UFC fight. I don't know the number of it. I really don't follow it like that. It's more like, I went to the UFC fight. I don't know I don't know what number it was. It's like, yo, chill out. Tell the story.
I'm ever meeting Alex or knowing who he was. I'm not a huge UFC fan.
But now for her to say that she
See what I'm
didn't
saying,
know
though?
it, I don't know, man. She was at 299, which was a couple months before, but okay.
I'm not into it like that, like she is. This was my first time ever meeting Alex or knowing who he was. I'm not a huge UFC fan. I just got into it because my friend was into it.
She probably just talks like that all the time. I don't know. We'll see. Shout out Rilo. Smash the thumbs up. I remember that story, Shy. It was a kid who lost his football scholarship, went to prison, was going to play pro ball, was wrongfully accused, and the girl apologized. It's just despicable. Crash out, you go put it on redhead? Stop. April says she's trying to tell enough facts to accommodate her lie. Juan Quintero said, bro, I have a homie did 9 months for a lie who lost his football scholarship. Well, no, I scrolled up. What happened? Oh, Juan, you retracted that shit. A misspelling is a misspelling. It's just when y'all go crazy with this shit and I sound crazy. Salutes. Wham Bam, thank you, ma'am, is what happened. Salutes. Let's see.
Alex or knowing who he was. I'm not a huge UFC fan. I just got into it because my friend was into it. Alex's assistant, translator, best friend, whoever he was, his name is Mel, asks my friend if she wants to meet up with him in New Jersey when she goes to the fight. He also says that Alex is wondering if she has a friend for him. I know it sounds stupid and unbelievable because I couldn't believe it myself. Why is this guy asking a 20-year-old girl to put him on with one of her friends when he's a 30-year-old, however, father who should be able to just like talk to a woman his age at the fight?
Okay, so she's trying to paint the narrative already that
Right.
it's creepy. This 30-something-year-old man wants to do something with a 20-year-old girl. Why is that? It's creepy, right? That's kind of what she's implying here, which might be true. Some people believe that, but they are two consenting adults at the end of the day.
Boom.
It's not something
Thank
I
you,
would
Weasel,
do.
for
It's not
saying
something.
it. I didn't have to say it. Weasel said it. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's wilding. She's wilding. And if that's the case, if he's weird for that, you went. You know what I'm saying? You went. Shout out Upper Echelon to check in. My page says upcoming. I don't know, man. Probably another YouTube tactic, man. You need to call your friends in the CIA. Tell them to get YouTube to leave my ass alone. Salutes. Izzy P. Chiba says she's frustrated with herself. That's why she's so damn defensive. She's dealing with the public opinion, replying with TikToks. Right. Right. Because what did she say earlier? Did she say something about she didn't realize his fans would be so rabid? She thought she was just going to get mad sympathy and got a bunch of pushback. I don't know. We'll see. Play close attention to her mannerisms. She's playing defense and acting dramatic, playing it up. She's pandering. It's not creepy for a 20-year-old to people. And not only that, you went. You went. And it's your homegirl, right? If that's your homegirl, then evidently you know your homegirl. You know what she's up to, what she does, what she's willing to do, not willing to do. You're throwing that in there to reinforce how he's a pig. If she's bullshitting, we ain't heard all of it yet. Salutes. Salutes out with Flores. A homie did 9 months for SA, and he didn't do it. Did he do it? Didn't do it? Poor Juan. Juan, are you working while you try? I done seen you retract 10 messages already. Salutes. Yeah, this is crazy.
Some people believe that, but they are two consenting adults at the end of the day. It's
Period.
not something I would do. It's not something I think most men would want to do. Go for some girl who's way...
Here's why I wouldn't do it. Right? You ready? Because I don't want to talk to these young ass girls that ain't got shit to talk about. But TikTok and fucking, you know what I'm saying? That'd be the difference. That'd be the difference. Heck said, and she showed her tatas and she ain't acting like she's so innocent. Facts.
Younger than they are, but still of
Again, we ain't heard the whole thing, right? But my first red flag, the thing that made me say, I don't know. She went straight to TikTok and never went to the police.
Shit.
I don't know.
legal age. But if that's what he wants, it's not like it's illegal or something like that. It seems like an irrelevant claim other than to start off the entire story as it's already creepy. So they went to New Jersey. When Mel asked if she had a friend for Alex Pereira, what else does that mean? Do you have a friend for Alex Pereira? Now, she could be very naive. She could be very just young and doesn't understand it. But in most cases, people are very socially aware on what that means. I think most men and women know what that means. Do you have a friend for my friend? There's an indication there on what Mel and Pereira want in this story. But that's not going to exonerate him if he did essay her. But it is something to point out on the motive from both Mel and Pereira. That it doesn't seem like they were hiding what they wanted.
It was planned out on purpose because he does this all the time. My friend sends Mel, the assistant and the translator, whoever he was, he never really gave us an explanation who he was. She sends him my Instagram. Mel shows Alex my Instagram. Apparently, the only thing he said was, Chama, I'll try and find the text proof where my friend was telling me this. Which is disgusting now that I know what his intent was. We go to New Jersey. Mel hits up my friend.
Chama is a thing that he said that they say it's a Brazilian thing. Like, it just means everything. Hell yeah. Hell no. You know, it means everything.
Invites us both to a private training at a gym called Cruise MMA, where Alex is training. We're the only women in there except for this old...
It's funny how she don't have details about, like, she don't remember which UFC fight it was, but she remembers the name of the gym specifically and on point as to throw them into this horrible story. If I was going to defame somebody, I'm throwing the complete name of the gym in there too. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Is Shy mad today? Depends, upper echelon. Anybody can make it happen at any moment. Salutes. You have to stand on business. Sounds like a PL conversation back in the day. April said he didn't want to talk. They be looking for one night stands, and that's the thing with these celebs. Effing with broken women. No, here's all right. He didn't want to talk. April, he don't speak a lick of English. All right, Canelo speaks better English than he does. Canelo got good English compared to Alex Pereira, so she wasn't gonna get no conversation anyway, unless she was gonna learn how to speak Portuguese overnight. You know, so that's one hurdle right there. But you're right. They want to have these cuddle talks and conversations, but that ain't what they promoted. And then they leave frustrated, and then they just say whatever. Like, no, you was a willing participant in all of this. We'll see. Wonky Taylor said a homie did 9 months for essay and domestic from his girlfriend was facing 23 years. It was all a lie. Anyone that's been 28 years and he still has to come up on his record, he doesn't trust girls no more. Let me tell you something, bro. First of all, I've been there, right? Secondly, it's been when that happened to Tupac, there's many a beautiful young lady that I've dealt with in my younger years, right? That right now they probably don't know why, and I've said this before on the channel, they probably don't know why. But I dragged. I wasn't initiating shit. You was gonna have to come in, get undressed, make your move. Why? Because that Tupac shit scared the fuck out of me. I said the F word. It's not rated R unless you say 2, according to, movie shit. So, I was traumatized by that. Like, wow, nah, this lying shit, this is crazy. You can't just be lying on somebody like that. And then I've seen people lie about things that you wouldn't imagine somebody would lie about. But there's a whole lot of them out there. I'd say 50% of the people are fucking liars. Rilo say he's been on his best behavior. Facts. See, I just threw my first fuck out there the whole show. Oh, second one, we officially rated R. Salutes. April said, when I watched this, I felt like she was lying off body language and storytelling. And that's cool. But neither me or you are, you know, officials in body language or professionals in body language and storytelling. You know what I'm saying? Well, maybe I could be considered a professional in storytelling considering I'm a writer, but that aside, you know what I'm saying? Like, same way we could look at the same video and not see the same thing. It's a crazy thing for us to be for sure about anything sometimes, you know? Salutes. Upper Echelon said, I'll come back when he's mad. Bet. All right. We might have to give him a timeout. Somebody want to give Upper Echelon 5 minutes? Throw him a 5-minute, look, put him in the bathroom for 5 minutes. Anybody want to? Who's got the nerve? I know who got the nerve. But who got the nerve to give Upper Echelon 5 minutes, man? Huh? Salute. That's worth it right there. That's some feel-good shit for a dude that wasn't feeling too good. Huh? Are you sure that's not Carrot Top? Heck said fact. That's the sad part. Being up there, can't trust no one. No one. Hunka Quintero said, Shy, you good on my book, bro. Salute. Shy, she's like my friend this and my friend that. Her friend probably gave her the idea to accuse the man of rape. Maybe, maybe not, because they don't even follow each other no more. No, but I'm talking to the wrenches. Which one of the wrenches, all right, got the audacity, the gonads, the cojones, to go on and give Upper Echelon a little tap on the head and send them to the bathroom for 5 minutes? Which one of the wrenches got the nerve to send Upper Echelon for 5 minutes? Huh? I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see Upper Echelon. There we go. He gone. Crash Out got him. Hit him in the head. It wasn't also, but we're going to play it anyway. We're going to replace it. Oh, Crash Out got him. Headshot. He gone. He gone. Don't go. Don't go. That's it. Sometimes Oso got him too. Damn, they doubled up on him. They jumped him. I never seen no shit like that. I hope y'all ain't ban him forever, but you know, sometimes Upper Echelon, you gotta give him a look. Para que se tranquilice, because he be wilding the fuck out. Alright? Salutes. Here we go. Let's get it.
Older woman who's married to one of the people that's also.
So she named the whole gym, y'all. She named the whole gym as into shit their name in a story that their name shouldn't be in. You know what I mean? Salutes.
A gym called Cruise MMA where Alex is training. We're the only women in there except for this older woman who's married to one of the people that's also sparring.
So they were at Cruise MMA. That's also a gym that Pereira does train at.
I'm hoping I can find security footage. My friend spars with him. I videotape the whole time, and I'm sitting down watching.
Wait, why would we need the footage if you videotape the whole session? Am I wrong? We're at Cruise MMA.
Called Cruise MMA, where Alex is training. We're the only women in there except for this older woman who's married to one of the people that's also sparring.
So they were at Cruise MMA. That's also a gym that Pereira does train at.
I'm hoping I can find security footage. My friend spars with him. I videotape the whole.
I'm hoping I get security footage. You filmed it. What do we need security footage for? Am I wrong? What are we talking about here? Huh? They hit him in the head. He got hit in the head.
Whole time, and I'm sitting down watching.
Yeah, man, you tweaked.
I'm hoping I can find.
She tweaked. There's holes in the ship, y'all. There's holes in the ship. All right. So Upper Echelon has his vest on. Vest costs money around here. We're gonna put prices on these things. Vests exist. All right. We're gonna be. If you feel like you're waiting too long for somebody to, during the panel discussion, you'll be able to clap their ass, get them out of here. All right. Talking to the chat. Salute. Telling you, bro, this girl's lying. She contradicts herself. It's sad because there are real victims out there. The deep size equals lies. Damn, you got bars, April? Don't come over here with bars, April. Said the deep size equal lies. What? Jail time should be automatic for these women who can't prove a crime was committed. It's crazy, dog, that you could defame a person like that. Put that smut on their name. I agree with Bobby D. Padrino said, is that on the lip? Who knows? Quite possible. But come on, man. You watching a video that's mad grainy. Shot Cartel ain't like the weak Cartel for Sinaloa. We use them wrenches around here. Salutes. I hope nobody gave him like 24 hours or like banned them for life. A little 5 minutes. Send them to the bathroom. I mean, salutes.
Security footage.
Why?
Does
Why you
Trina-
need security footage? Why? You got.
I'm hoping I can find security footage.
But I videotaped it.
My friend spars with him. I videotape the whole time, and I'm sitting down watching.
Okay.
I can post the video that I took also, where my friend is sparring with him. Him and Mel take me and my friend outside of the gym that we were in after the training session. He comes on to me, goes behind me, looks at my ass.
Okay, maybe this is what she wants the security footage of. Okay.
And approves to his translator, which is also disgusting now that I know what his intent was, like I was cattle or something. Mind you, this man doesn't speak any English.
But nena, don't talk about cattle when I just saw a picture you bent over with your ass like this on the camera. I don't understand what we're talking about here.
I don't know what he's saying the entire time. His translator is translating for me everything he's saying and everything I'm saying.
Okay, so this is also very important. Alex Pereira does not know English, and he has never spoken English to her at all at this point. And he had interest in her, looking her up and down and stuff. It's very important to tally up all the things that he did. There should have been an alarm for her to know what he wanted out of this whole engagement with her and her friend. So number one, Mel said, do you have a friend for Alex Pereira? Number two, he's looking her up and down, checking her from behind and stuff. And she knows that he was doing that. Let's go further.
He tries to kiss me outside of Cruz MMA gym. I grab his face and I push him away. I will try to find security footage from a building around it if possible.
All
Now,
right.
if she can...
That makes sense. All right. I take it back. She was talking about footage. Talking about she wanted security footage, but she also said she recorded the sparring. But she there's other footage she wants from other places. All right. Shout out Rilo. He said they went straight to meet dudes in New Jersey. They weren't worried about how old they were after that. They took it straight to TikTok. I call BS. Stalking? Who would be stalking? Her stalking? Not yet. I don't think so. Put him in the corner for 5 minutes. For all them times his phones be messing up on the channel. Shall I salute? Crash out. Enseñando el ciego. What she would be ashamed of. Yeah, man. We're gonna see.
Get that footage of her pushing away Alex Pereira, who's trying to kill.
If possible.
Now, if she can get that footage of her pushing away Alex Pereira, who's trying to kiss her in public from a CCTV camera, that would be a big thing for her to get. Because if he was trying to kiss up on her and she pushed him away, it does prove some of her allegations here that he is willing to do that. But if she pushed him away and he stopped, that's a different argument, according to her. But if she can get that footage, it'd be very, very big for her.
We need that Diddy.
We leave the training. They then invite us to like a meeting or like something that was outside where they were like signing stuff, I guess. I don't know. But we turned it down because it was outside and it was super hot and we had already done our makeup and gotten ready for the UFC fight that night.
Okay, wait, hold on now. So he made these advancements 3 times now. So number one, Mel asked if there was a friend for Alex Pereira, who was Meredith. That's the first hint on what Pereira was going for. Number 2, he checked her out, right? Number 3, he tried to kiss her. Allegedly. Most girls at this point, if they found it creepy, they would not pursue this man anymore. Or they would not accept any invitations from a creepy man who's trying to kiss them out of nowhere, looking them up and down, wants a friend for them. But they invited her to come out to New Jersey for some kind of signings, meetings and stuff like that. They turned it down because it was hot. Not because Pereira was creepy and it's a bad vibe, but because it was hot outside. Then they invited her to go to the fights with them, which she agrees to go after. So it looks like up until this point, she's okay with everything. Because if she wasn't, she wouldn't be meeting up with Pereira anymore. But let's go further.
So they then invite us to dinner before the UFC fight. We were going to go out, according to them, but he sends us an address and our Uber takes us to a very nice hotel where Alex is staying and a bunch of, I guess, UFC fighters are also there. His assistant and translator, Mel, brings us into this fancy hotel. I can find security footage proof of this also.
Okay, so they brought her to a hotel, and she could get CCTV footage that she was actually there. I don't think the footage is going to show anything that happened, but it can at least show that she was at the hotel.
And it's just a bunch of, like, UFC people sitting in a circle, and Alex looks up at us, looks angry as fuck, and tells his assistant Mel to take us out of the hotel. And everyone is looking at us like, who are these girls? Why are they here? I don't know either.
That's probably why he looked at him to get y'all ass out of there. Hey, man, we in a fighter meeting, man. Get these chicks out of here, bro. That ain't for right now. So I don't see nothing wrong with that. Hey, Mel, you little loose, man. You gonna bring the chicks up in here, man? I'm amongst my peers, man. Going with that shit.
I'm just, like, there because they asked us to, and, like, I didn't realize they were bad people. He makes us leave the hotel, and he brings us to the Courtyard Marriott across the street from it. They have 2 hotel rooms that they have already bought for that night, which is disgusting. It was all planned out.
Okay, so number 4 now on that list. They booked 2 hotel rooms with the 2 women. Now there's 4 points here that's directing at what Pereira is looking for. It should be red flags to her, and she says she understood all of it. Like, she knew all of this was going on, but she's still pursuing further. This entire time, it seems like they could have just left. If she felt very creeped out or whatever, she could have called the police. Like, she could have done a lot of...
And this is not like with Cassie. With Cassie, I posed the same question. Hey, man, you know, was she complicit with this? Was she part of this for 10 years? And then afterwards, like, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And the women argued with me and said, hey, man, you know, there's fear, there's circumstances. There's none here. They just met. She could have bailed at any point in any of this. There were times where they weren't even together no more. If you thought he was creepy, you had to go change. You had to go get ready for the hotel, all of this good stuff. You know what I'm saying? You could have been bailed on them.
of different things instead of following wherever Pereira is going.
Right.
They take us to the Courtyard Marriott across the street from the actual hotel that Alex is staying at. We go to the restaurant in the like lobby of the Courtyard Marriott. I can find security footage proof of this also.
Okay.
They buy us a flatbread pizza, and then they ask, well, Mel is asking all of this. Alex doesn't speak any English. He's just translating.
Again, Alex does not speak any English.
Mel asks us how old we are. I said, I'm 21. My friend says that she's 20 years old, not old enough to drink alcohol. So he talks to Alex, tells him how old we say we are, and then they buy us, I think, 2 glasses of wine.
Okay, this is a big red flag. It looks like she probably doesn't know this about Pereira. And this is a big part of the story where a lot of people stop believing her. Alex Pereira has recovered from alcoholism, which was destroying his life. This is very well documented. This is what brought him on the...
Hold on, man.
This about Pereira. And this...
Wine.
Okay, this is a big red flag. It looks like she probably doesn't know this about Pereira. And this is a big part of the story where a lot of people stop believing her. Alex Pereira has recovered from alcoholism, which was destroying his life. This is very well documented. This is what brought him on the path of kickboxing and then eventually MMA. This is what made him who he is when he stopped drinking alcohol. For him to serve drinks to these girls is very contradicting to Alex Pereira's lifestyle. It could be possible if he wanted to hook up with her that he would serve them alcohol and not drink any alcohol himself. Like, it could be possible that he was very methodical in that way, but she is talking about how her friend is 20 years old and they're giving drinks to her. So that's another big allegation right there. If you're serving drinks to anyone who's under 21 years old, that's a crime. She says there's security footage of it. If they can get security footage that Alex Pereira or his friend were giving alcohol to that 20-year-old, that's a big thing against them.
So, mind you, they're buying alcohol for a 20-year-old girl that is not old enough to drink alcohol, and this is on security footage. Didn't make me sign an NDA before he did any of this. Like, just did it because he does this all the time, probably. It was so routine and planned out.
So there's that one thing. She says that he does this all the time. It's a completely baseless accusation. I think she's pointing that out because it was so methodical in her mind that he has to have done this before. He has to be a master at this, right? That's, I think, what she's getting at. I don't want to put words in her mouth. I don't want to build a case for her or anything, but it looks like that's probably what she is saying here. But it's very baseless. I don't think she can even prove that. Now, here's the other thing that makes me question the story. Why would she drink alcohol when they serve it to her after all of these creepy moves that he made on her? She went to this new hotel, they gave her drinks, and she just willingly drank them. Or at least that's what is implied. I don't think they forced her to drink it or anything, right? If they did, she left that out of her story.
They're giving us drinks. Alex won't get off of me. I'm not into it because I don't know this man. I don't like being touched if I am not, like, if I don't know you and I'm not comfortable with you. Even if you're my family member, I just don't like being touched. I'm starting to get tipsy and I feel sick because I don't do well when I drink.
Oh, just don't drink.
But I'm trying to calm my nerves. He won't get off of me. He keeps asking me to go to the bathroom with him, or he's asking Mel, and Mel is telling me this. So I guess this is how he gets away with it, because he didn't technically, well, no, because he did it. He just technically didn't say any of it to my face. He said it through his translator, and his
April said, note that she says he does this all the time. Probably. That's when she realized that she's saying something that she doesn't know. You know what I'm saying? She's all over the place, man. Jonathan said, not to mention him eating. Yeah, salute upper echelon, man. Don't take it personal, man. It was just a little taparooski. Pat. Send him to the bathroom. Albert Flores says the double standard on him being creepy to getting a 22-year-old on a moral standpoint, but not her having alluring younger kids to lust over her tatas, and you getting destroyed on OnlyFans. Sounds like a Degrassi High episode. GB Hustling said nowadays you have to record a video of the chick saying she wants to have relations. Why didn't she go to the cops right after? I don't get it. But they prefer to put the guy on blast. I don't know about her. GB said, why wouldn't she stay around him? Why would she stay around him if he kept forcing himself on her? Cloud chaser vibes for real. He kicks her out and she's still brown nosing. Yeah, it's weird. And she's tripping over herself.
Translator said it to me this, so I guess this is how he gets away with it, because he didn't technically, well, no, because he did it. He just technically didn't say any of it to my face. He said it through his translator, and his translator said it to my face. But his translator wasn't the one who assaulted me.
So there's another point of advancement from Alex Pereira that she saw as creepy. So let's go through the whole thing again. So number 1 again, do you have a friend for Alex Pereira? Number 2, checking her up and down. Number 3, try to kiss her. Number 4, brought her to the hotel. Number 5, gave her drinks. Number 6, tried to touch her now. And now number 7, he wants her to come to the bathroom with him. And you can see she knows what that means. She knows when Alex Pereira asks her that or talks to the translator, she knows what he wants out of it. So she is aware.
I don't know what Andero. I thought this was the Flores Twins channel. Damn, well, unsubscribed. Deuces. Don't let the doorknob hit you with a good Lord split you. Peace. Shout out Zoraida on the check-in. Jonathan said, I feel so out of place not knowing who she is or what the allegations are. Aside, it doesn't take a genius to assume SA, in my humble opinion, since I heard Tupac being mentioned. Bro, you got to catch the replay or catch up. Listen, this is what's happening. She's just a girl that he met through another girl, and these are her allegations, exactly what she's saying right now. She's about to get to the shit, evidently, because she's just been setting it all up. So let's see. Perfecto J77. I'm not gonna put that on the screen because YouTube be on it. Salud Zoraida. I'll be back. All right. There we go.
Where?
He's telling his translator to ask me to go to the bathroom with him. I'm telling him no because I don't do that. I get uncomfortable and nervous. And as much as you guys think that I'm this, I don't know what I'm allowed to say on TikTok. As much as you guys think these things about me just because of the line of work that I do, I just do what I have to do to make ends meet. That has nothing to do with anything.
What are you crying about now? What happened? What I missed?
About me just because of the line of work that I do. I just do what I have to do to make ends meet. That has nothing to do with anything.
Okay.
I don't put out the first time meeting somebody because I have a lot of trauma and I get nervous and scared.
No one's ever going to believe that when you're posting the stuff you post and you do the stuff you do. When you say things like this, I'll just post one thing on her Twitter. Like, it's a whole mess of provocative posts, like very degenerate. You can go through all of her posts there and it's 99% like this. Like when you're posting...
Being an infomaniac with social anxiety is so hard. Try being a male and not being able to monetize your sexuality. Yeah, man. The internet done got people, they don't know their eyes from their ass right now. Amber Heard, that shit is real. That is real. She's a bad actor. Manalia says she's a bad actor. And the Academy Award goes to hearing her talk more and more. Her story's falling apart. Definitely, this should be an open and shut case for Alex. Jessica Chavez said, "I don't know her, but her story sounds a little shady. One can tell what she do for money. Lie." Shout out JFL on the check-in. Saludos, Shy, and the usual suspects. I appreciate you. Right, so
Seeing stuff like this, no one is ever going to believe.
Also said, "I sense a lot of insecurity in them tears." April said he didn't give her money. That's what her issue is. That was a wild ass comment. Which one? The one about the money, right? Like, yeah, what are we talking about here? Shout out Heck, Big Cap. He should sue her for defamation. I believe it. I believe it.
Believe that you're not promiscuous and you like posts, like very degenerate. You can go through all of her posts there and it's 99% like this. Like when you're posting stuff like this, no one is ever going to believe that you're not promiscuous and you don't put out like that, even though it could be true. Okay, so she's crying here. Some people have pointed out that she cries with no tears. Now, I'm not an expert in body language or anything like that, but usually people will point that to crocodile tears. I'm not going to say that's what she's doing. She's faking her cries. I'm not going to make a stance on that one way or the other. I'm just trying to be neutral and logical in this whole thing. I mean, that is kind of logical, right? I'm trying to stay neutral as much as possible, guys, okay? I'm trying not to go too much in one side. But she says here she has like trauma and stuff. She's been through stuff in her past, which I feel very bad for if that's true. No one should be going through things like that, right? Unfortunately, it does play into a bit of the story here when she mentions it again. I think in the next video when I get there.
I will try to find security footage. Legally, they have to be able to pull this up, right? Like, Alex can't, like, somehow, like, get it erased. That would literally not be fair. I'm gonna try my hardest to find the security.
It looks like she's setting up, if I was looking at a liar, it looks like she's setting up her excuses of why she wouldn't get the tape. Unless Alex can get it erased.
Footage. If it actually ends up, like, going to court or like something happens. I don't know what I was expecting.
How's it supposed to go to court? You didn't go to the police.
I just posted it because I just wanted to talk about it.
Then you could have called a detective and had this whole conversation with a detective.
Okay, that's very important. If she...
Shout out Jonathan. No worries, bro. I apologize, my dude. Something happened with my phone, so I was listening to an earlier part on the live until it jumped to the present time. They treated you. Mr. Nice Guy, salutes. All right? I apologize that your apology is so apologetic, my friend. Salutes. No worries. She's just a chick, and he's just a champ, and she's making allegations right now. It's not looking good.
She can get footage of this stuff. Go get the footage. Now, her saying that maybe Alex Pereira can get that deleted, I don't think he can do that. I don't know too much about CCTV and who can get a hold of it, deleting it and all that stuff. I don't think Pereira can do that. And if he does, I think they can track it too. So if she launches some kind of investigation and finds out that he was deleting security footage in different places, that would be a very big crime against him if he was able to. Now, that's playing on her side. Going on the other side, though.
He's a champ. But he's not some powerful being. He got some money, but he's not just some powerful ass dude that could run around doing whatever he wants to do. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand what she thinks he is. But Shy, even if there is footage, it doesn't prove anything. Yeah, I keep saying footage of what? Doesn't prove anything because even after that happened, she still came back to see him later in the day and so on and so forth and so on and so forth. Absolutely.
Her even mentioning that Pereira could possibly do that could be an indication that if she doesn't ever provide footage forward, any kind of evidence that she needs here, which is the footage. That's the biggest evidence she could bring forward. It's kind of like plausible deniability, where she can just say, yo, I couldn't get the footage because Pereira may have deleted it, right? I tried to get it, they couldn't find it. I think Pereira might have done that. So it can play on both sides here.
I go to the bathroom with my friend after Alex has been coming on to me the whole night, and I feel sick and uncomfortable and like I'm about to throw up. I tell her in the bathroom, at no point during this whole entire visit with these people are you to leave me, because I'm not comfortable. We agree that we won't leave each other at any point, because Mel, the assistant and the translator, is also hitting on my friend, who's 20 years old. I don't know how old this man was.
So she points it forward. Again, she's uncomfortable. She feels sick. She doesn't trust these guys, but she's still going to go forward with them.
And she's been with these 30-year-old men for how many days already? They done been to fights. They done been to hotels. They done been to restaurants. They done been to gyms. They done been to bathrooms. They done been everywhere. Hope you wash your hands. He ain't Puff. He ain't Puff. You know what I'm saying? He ain't Puff. He don't got dirt on every, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man, stop.
Still gonna follow them. She's still gonna go wherever they want to go.
Yeah.
That's the part that just doesn't make sense to me. That's the part that really doesn't seem logical. It doesn't make sense. If she felt that uncomfortable, that unsafe, that untrusty of these men that she doesn't know Pereira, she doesn't know Mel allegedly, why would she continue with the night and not just go home? And she's with her friend. She's not with Pereira, right? She's talking with her friend. I don't know, man. If I'm in a place that I'm uncomfortable, especially in her case, like Pereira, according to her story, is trying to kiss her, look her up or down, trying to touch her, bring her to the bathroom, giving her drinks. Like there's so many pointers with her feeling uncomfortable, according to her, that makes it hard to believe why she was continuing with the night with this man that she doesn't trust.
I'm trying to tell Alex's assistant to tell Alex that I don't put out like that after I meet someone for the very first time, and that I need him to get to know me and to work for it. I, quote, said to his translator, trying not to be a prude and annoying, but I told him, I was like, how do I say you have to work for it?
Wait.
Get him, Weasel.
Not only does she pursue the night forward with him, but she told him, you gotta work for me. I gotta stay neutral. I'm not gonna say anything else. But I'm gonna stay neutral.
Get her, Weasel. But look, see, I was gonna stop it, but Weasel went. But now Weasel's playing neutral. He gotta work for it. What does that even mean? Okay, I get it. You know, I've learned that even promiscuous girls like to play the game sometimes. You know what I'm saying? And go in there and be like, oh no. You know what I'm saying? Two things can happen. You ease up, then she gotta do what she gotta do, or if she don't like it, that's it, it's a wrap, right? But now she's talking about he gotta work for it. It's not that easy. Okay, cool. What do you meet a female at a hotel for across the street from the hotel because you wanted to be on the down low? You hidden. Like what that pedo? She's 21 and she's not technically trying to be responsible to her 20-year-old friend. This chick is wild, and please go check her ex account if she hasn't erased anything yet. It's very telling. I think Weasel's gonna cover it if we get there, but if it doesn't get there, we'll go check it out. Rado said there's not enough evidence to return an indictment, no bill. Next thing she's gonna say is they put something in her drink. It's crazy. Money. The girl is about the money. This case is closed. That's it. Why hasn't she gone and tried to get evidence right after? Why didn't she just go tell the detectives to go get evidence? She might have a problem getting that evidence, but the detectives ain't going to have no problem. She ain't talked to no detectives. She talked to TikTok. She's a tiki-talker. And now gone to the cops. She's a joke. Karma's going to get her. But I'm an OnlyFans model that has, yeah.
Control as much as I can. I'm not gonna assume things. I'm just gonna point out the logic and whether what she's saying is true or false, according to some of the stuff that I found and some of my detectives, my team, has found as well. Because we do have some details about this girl. They're not major stuff, but there's some other stuff behind the scenes that either prove or don't prove some of the stuff she's saying.
His assistant laughs, tells Alex, and Alex tells his assistant to tell us that he really likes us and he's going to take us on a trip to the Dominican Republic to get to know us better, because I guess he's trying to like convince me that he's not, you know, just trying to take advantage of me. So I'm like, okay, like, that's great. I don't have a passport. Like,
we could tell. We could tell, baby. You ain't got a passport. But look, all of this creepiness, but he says, I'll take you to the DR. And she's like, I ain't got no passport, but let's go. I'm ready. She's wilding, bro. Heck said the video gonna show different, probably why she doesn't want to get the detectives involved. Quite possible. Quite possible. It's just this is no different than any other young stupid criminal. You know what I'm saying? Where they think in their mind, oh man, this is an easy lick. I could just do this, this, and this, and they don't realize how they got in their own way and tripped over their own ass. April said, and we are TikTok detectives. She's getting what she gives out. We are being easy on her because the cops will see right through her. Absolutely. Absolutely. Take it to Santa Monica Pier. I don't even know what that means, JFL. I'm going to leave that at that. Salutes.
Can you, like, let me know, like, when this is happening so I can, like, pack and, like, get ready for it?
She's
like,
ready for the DR, boy. So you could pack. How about so you could reach out to the government and get you a passport? But he's so creepy. You don't want to go to the bathroom with him, to the bedroom with him, nothing. But you go to the DR, right?
I mean, I make my own money and I don't need this man's money. This is not me trying to get his money. I literally could not care less if I don't get anything out of this except for to find my own voice again.
Okay, hold up now. Let me compose myself here. She is considering to go to the Dominican Republic on a vacation with Alex Pereira after all this. She wanted time to get packing, get her clothes, and ready to go on vacation with him. Didn't she say she doesn't know who this guy is? You just met this man who made you feel uncomfortable, tried to kiss you, tried to take you to the bathroom, gave you drinks, trying to touch you, look you up and down, all this stuff. And you know his intent. Like you said it, you know what he wants. And you told him you have to work for it. And now you're willing to go to a vacation with this guy? And a neutral, Weasel. Neutral.
I just wanted to talk about my story. I was not expecting his fans to be as bad as he is, but I guess I should have known. We have to split up because it's time to go to the UFC fight. His translator and Alex go on their own. Me and my friend...
Y'all split up. This is your opportunity to run. She mad because she got played at her own game. Just like that lady that said she got hit in the face with a brick. Bro, it's like, what? Everything's a lie. Told you it's about the bag. She's thinking about it. Facts. Don't need transportation for the bathroom. Come on. Big cap. Don't need a passport for the bathroom. Come on. Big cap. Salutes. CB Hustler says she not comfortable, but yes, she stays. I think she planned this. She saw dollar signs. She's evil. So he's a creep, but can get it if he works for it. Yes. He has to pay for it. She's her own worst enemy. Yeah, she's tripping over her own ass right now. April said it's not fans, it's just regular people seeing through your BS. Facts. Shout out Danny Mendoza on the check-in. Kuvale Shy. Glad I caught it live. Salutes to you. Glad you caught it too, bro. Make sure you hit the like button on the way in. If you haven't done so already, salutes.
Friend take an Uber. It goes terribly. The fight ends. Me and my
So
because
now's
it's
the
time
chance
to go
to
to
run.
the UFC fight. His translator and Alex go on their own. Me and my friend take an Uber. It goes terribly. The fight ends. Afterwards, his assistant Mel sends an Uber to our location after the UFC fight and brings us back to the courtyard Marriott where we were gonna go out. We were gonna go there and they were gonna drive us, and they were talking about going to, I don't know, they were talking about going to strip clubs when they were.
Okay, so that's the first video. They went to the fights, they came back, and they're gonna go to some other spots.
Just to be clear also, that picture that I posted where everyone is saying that it looks like I'm a fan that asked him to take a picture with me, I did not ask for that picture. I asked for no pictures. I didn't know who this man was. My friend asked for pictures with him after asking me to record her sparring with him. And then he asked on everyone that I know and love's life. He asked for pictures with me. I did not ask for those pictures. He asked his assistant to ask my friend after he asked to take the pictures. He asked his assistant to ask my friend to have me send the pictures to her, and then she sends it to my assistant because he wanted the pictures, because it was probably a trophy for him. I did not ask for those pictures. That's besides the point, but
Okay, so that's a strong conviction right there. Like, she's hammering it hard that Alex Pereira was the one that wanted those pictures. It wasn't her. She sounds convincing, but we need evidence on that. But that's not too important, right? That's a minor detail that should be brought with some evidence that will corroborate with her story a bit, but it's not like the main thing or that important compared to the other stuff she was talking about.
Basically, his assistant sends us an Uber to where we are after the UFC fight and brings us back to the Courtyard Marriott, where we were supposed to be waiting for Alex to get back from an interview, I think he said, and then we were going to go out. He was talking about going to strip clubs and like having a fun night while we were all in New Jersey, New York for the weekend. We wait for like 2 hours for Alex to come while his friend is on the phone talking about like kids with cancer and big money transfers and things that had to do with Alex. And we were like, hey, it's getting kind of late. Like, is Alex coming? Like, what's the plan? Should we just go back home? Because we're kind of tired. Like, if we're going to have plans, can we, like, get on with it? Because
so now you're rushing the people who are your plans. Okay? Now you're rushing them. Right? And then you mentioned them talking about kids with cancer like it's a bad thing. Who knows if he was paying for hospital bills for kids with cancer? Like, she just sounds like a dumb young lady. Sorry. Be mad. Fuck is y'all gonna do about it? I went from getting mad to laughing my ass off. Salutes. Done. Can I salute Danny Mendoza? I appreciate you. Said hit the like before I checked in. Salutes, bro. Victim role. She's a victim. She sell it by the hour. Master manipulator. And here's the thing. Manipulator. Not a master. Because this thing is that's Swiss cheese story. Sorry, I don't trust Carrot Top. Playing telephone. Right. You seen the guy fight, you can only imagine. Oh my goodness. She'll never be able to. Oh Jesus, I gotta stop. See, it's I gotta stay away. I can't put all these comments up there. Salutes. Right? As much as I'd like to. YouTube be on bullshit. He came off as creepy, uncomfortable older man to now he has to work for it. You're probably a little bit behind, Bobby, but not only does he have to work for it, she's ready to go to the Dominican Republic. She's ready for all that good stuff. She's rushing them because they're ready to party and they're getting tired. They're tired of waiting for him because they're the star of the show. They got their own money, right? Okay. Why she use that tone when she spoke about kids with cancer? Get on with that. That's exactly what I'm saying, April. She made that a problem. Salutes. Nymphomatic, narcissistic manipulator. Salutes. Nah, girl, we're going to clip our toenails. What? Yeah, no shit.
it's already getting very late.
It's getting late.
Like,
You guys are getting tired.
What's the plan? Should we just go back home because we're kind of tired? Like, if we're going to have plans, can we, like, get on with it? Because it's already getting very late.
No. Either
At this point,
get in the
I think it was
Uber and take your ass home or sit your ass down and be patient. All right?
Like 2 or 3 in the morning.
Wait, hold on. Okay, after everything that just happened, how uncomfortable she's been, she wants the night to keep going. Like,
yes.
She's like, yo, it's getting late. Wait, we might go home if we don't do anything. She really wants to hang out with Alex Pereira. And that implies that she could have went home this entire time. She told Mel, yo, we might go home if it gets too late. Because the whole trapping thing is a very important thing when it comes to cases of SA, that usually there's some kind of coercion or some kind of trapping, whether it's talking them into certain things or physically trapping them, but it seems like none of that is happening here, according to what she's saying. Now, there could be further details or evidence or whatever she could provide forward that proves otherwise, but as of just what we have of her story, which is the only thing she's come forward with, she is implying that she was free to leave and go home with her friend whenever she wanted, even telling Mel, yo, we might go home because it's getting too late if we don't do anything, if we don't have more fun or go certain places or whatever it is with Pereira.
Eventually, Alex comes to the hotel room after the interview that he was at, and he says that he doesn't want to go out.
She wants to, he's working. She wants him to stop his interview and bring his ass to wherever she's at and do whatever she wants to be done. That's the position she's given herself already at this point to this creepy man.
To enjoy the time that he has
With Pereira.
Eventually, Alex comes to the hotel room after the interview that he was at, and he says that he doesn't want to go out. He wants to enjoy the time that he has with the people he's with. Some bullshit like that. And then he takes off his clothes, gets into bed.
She's mad. That was the madman right there. How dare he?
He doesn't want to go out. He wants to enjoy the time that he has with the people he's with. Some bullshit like that. And then he takes off his clothes, gets into bed, orders food, and then is trying to get me to get into bed with him.
Now here's when it gets into the alleged SA part.
My friend and me and the translator are all sitting on the couch, and he's just sitting in bed staring at me and telling his translator to tell me things and trying to convince me to get into bed with him. I eventually get into bed with him because I was naive, I guess. I didn't think that anything was going to happen. My friend was there with me. I had told her not to leave me at any point. She had told me not to leave her with the assistant at any point. I thought that we were going to be fine. I thought I was going to be able to maybe try and get myself comfortable by getting into bed with him and cuddling with him if there was people in the room. I just have problems of my own. I have trauma. This is not the first time that this has happened to me. I was just naive, I guess. I don't know what I was thinking.
Naive, but it's not the first time it happened to you?
I don't know why I got into bed with him. My friend was there. So was the assistant. I thought I was going to be fine.
Okay, hold on. This story's all over the place now. So she gets into bed with him, knowing full well what his intentions are this entire night. As she said before, you got to work for this. Well, he wants her to get in bed with her, allegedly. She jumps in bed with him and wants to cuddle with him to be more comfortable. What? Okay. There could be some kind of trauma response, potentially. Something going on in her head that makes her think, yo, if I just cuddle with this man, I'm going to feel more comfortable. Maybe the night will just go away and stuff, but you could have left. And okay, sure, it's possible. It's not believable, but it is possible. But then here's where the big contradicting thing happens. She said that has happened to her before. She's been through this before, but she's also naive. So she didn't know what was happening, essentially. I don't know, man.
Facts.
I don't know about that. Like, it's not good to point at someone's traumatic past and bring that in some kind of way where she should have learned from it and maybe not be as naive as she is, but it could be possible, maybe. But when she says that she's been through that before, she had experience of that before, right? She went through that traumatic experience. She would probably know, or her body might actually fight against it naturally to be in that same position again. But she willingly went forward into the position where she says she experienced a traumatic event for her. Why would she willingly go in there and then claim she was naive when this has happened to her before? I'm just bringing up questions here. It could have happened, maybe. It just doesn't seem believable, especially with all of the red flags according to her story throughout the night. The fact that it seems like she could have canceled this entire night and went home. That's what it seems like. But she continued to keep going forward.
She rushed him back.
Again, remember telling Pereira you gotta work for it, and she was considering even going on vacation with this man that she never met before. And now she's cuddling with him.
He starts touching me down there repeatedly. I keep pushing him off. I keep pushing his hand off. I keep bringing his hand back up to my waist so that we can just cuddle, because I'm comfortable with cuddling. I'm not comfortable with putting out with somebody that I don't know. I just met literally for the first time. He's huge, scary, doesn't speak any of my language.
Huge, scary, doesn't speak any of her language, right? But she's ready to go to the Dominican Republic with him. She's in her hotel room with him, in a bed with him. Right? Danny said, Shy, you have a video prior to watch later so I can brush up on this issue. When this is done, you can just go all the way back to the beginning. Salutes. April says she was naive with a man who's been hitting on her and creeped her out. You're not naive. You're just terrible at lying and scamming for the bag. What kind of BS is she talking? She had every opportunity to leave. She had a whole 2 hours or more to go home. No, she's had days to not go back. You know what I'm saying? And when he made her wait, she rushed him to get there. Salutes Mahmoud on the check-in. The trauma would have been a hell no, let's go. He tried not to treat her like a prosti, but he didn't give her any money afterwards, and she's on that business. So this is the revenge. He didn't have to work that hard. Alex and his attorneys are watching and probably laughing at this right now. Here's the thing. There's going to be somebody out there mad that I'm laughing at this, even if it does come out that she's a lie. And those are, to me, y'all are extremists. You know what I'm saying? You done picked your side. You just an extremist. Truth don't matter no more. Is she trying to pour little white girl us? Quite possible. Crash, I said hit the like button. Ghost Watcher, salutes. Let's get it. She wildin'.
And I wasn't comfortable putting out with him because that's just not what I do.
It's not what you do.
So that's a big thing. If he was actually doing that, if he was touching and she kept moving his hand away and stuff, like, he should definitely stop in that case and not advance on her. But at the same time, she should not be in bed cuddling with this guy that she feels uncomfortable with. And she says she doesn't put out with guys that she doesn't know. He's a big scary man. But you're willing to go through this whole night with him, and you're also willing to go on vacation with him. What could be possible is she said that in a way to just detract from what was going on and maybe relax her mind a bit, possibly.
Yeah, but if she said that to him, she wouldn't have said it to us, right? She didn't say this she said this to us. So, it's just part of her story.
It's really giving her a big benefit of the doubt.
He keeps touching me. I keep pushing him off. Eventually, me and my friend say that we're very tired and we would like to go to sleep. They turn all the lights off. My friend and the assistant get into bed. It's a queen-size bed that they get into. I'm in a queen-size bed right next to it with Alex. Me and my friend are on the inside of the bed looking at each other under the blankets. He keeps pulling the blanket over me, keeps trying to touch me. I feel suffocated. I feel uncomfortable. I don't know what to do. I've pushed him off so many times at this point, and he's not taking the hint. And these men are clearly not caring about my comfortability.
Comfort, not comfortability, damn it.
Mind you, again.
You could get up out the bed. You could walk out the hotel. What are you talking about?
I don't know what I was thinking. I was naive, I guess. I guess you could say I asked for it by getting into bed with him. I didn't know that this was going to happen. I'm pushing him off of me. He won't get off. He eventually pulls my underwear and my pants down to around halfway on my thighs, and I push him off again. He gets out of bed. He starts screaming and putting his socks and his clothes on. I'm terrified because I don't know what's happening. My pants are around my legs after I had told him no and pushed him off, and he's screaming in another language. Me and my friend are looking at each other, hiding under the blankets, about to start bawling our eyes out. And he starts telling his translator that he doesn't want to sleep in the same room with him and my friend, and that he wants them to leave. His translator and my friend leave the hotel room. His translator and my friend leave the hotel room. He immediately starts trying to take my clothes off.
Now, that's another piece to point out.
I thought they were off already. What happened?
Her friend is also traumatized. At least that's what she's implying. They're both about to bawl out and cry and stuff. So not only is she claiming that she's traumatized, but so is her friend. And her friend leaves the room, right? This could be a reason as to why they unfollowed each other. Maybe because they told each other they wouldn't leave each other there. Potentially. But at the same time, if her friend left the room, maybe she could have gotten help. Maybe she could have called the police. Maybe she could have done something. Who knows, though, what the situation was. There was nothing claimed of what Mel was doing, right? She didn't claim that Mel was holding her friend against her will or anything like that. Maybe it was part of it. We just don't know. But that claim has not even been made at all. So we can't even think that was happening. As far as we know, her friend was out of the room. She could have helped her friend out or whatever it was. And also Meredith here could have potentially, as far as it seems like according to the story, leave the room as well, because it doesn't seem like Pereira was fighting to hold her there. And if Pereira would try to fight this girl and keep her in the room, that would be much easier to prove, of course. Nobody should be able to hold you against your will in a room like that. This girl, if this allegedly happened to her, she should be trying to leave.
He starts trying to take my socks off.
If this really happened to her, she should be trying to put him in jail. But she's not. She's not trying to put him in jail. She's trying to put him in the gutter in public opinion.
I try to tell him no because I have blisters on my feet from walking around New York in heels for 10 hours the night before, and I had band-aids on my blisters and they were going to get ripped off with my socks. I tried to explain to him, don't take my socks off, please. He didn't understand that. So at that point, I'm
Wait, what?
My blisters, New York, my socks off. I try to tell him,
should hold your girl and keep her in the room. That would be much easier to prove, of course. Nobody should be able to hold you against your will in a room like that. This girl, if this allegedly happened to her, she should be trying to leave.
He starts trying to take my socks off. I try to tell him no because I have blisters on my feet from walking around New York in heels for 10 hours the night before, and I had band-aids on my blisters and they were going to get ripped off with my socks. I tried to explain to him, don't take my socks off, please. He didn't understand that. So at that point, I'm like, okay, fuck. I've I'm in a room with a huge man that doesn't speak English. He's not understanding what I'm saying. He doesn't give a f- because I pushed him off so many times, and he doesn't care. And he like got up and screamed and scared me into staying in the room with him and making his assistant and my friend leave the room. At this point, I know what's happening. I've been through this before. I know that it's just easiest if I just shut my mouth, do what I have to, put on whatever performance that I have to make it end. He puts me on top of him so that I don't know how much of this I'm allowed to say on TikTok. He puts me on top of him so that we are... I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but he puts me on top of him so that we're 69ing.
I tell you who you could have said it to in whatever words you wanted to say it, to a detective. That's who you could have said it to. There's no term of service with the detective, right? She wild.
I think that it's just going to be like normal. Like he just pressured me into having sex, and he scared me into having sex with him. It's whatever. Like, it's nothing that hasn't happened to me before. Like, I'll just, keep it inside like I usually do and just live with it. He starts using multiple of his fingers, forcefully pushing them into my... I don't know if I'm allowed to say this or not. Everybody's asking for an explanation, so here it is.
Everybody's asking? Nobody asked. Nobody knew none of this. You're explaining now only because you opened your mouth and the chat came at you like April said.
This is literally just the truth. It's disgusting and embarrassing, and I've tried to make this video so many times, and I keep crying, and I just feel disgusting and humiliated and violated, and I know people are going to laugh at me, and people are going to say that I deserved it and think that it's funny what I'm about to say. You can laugh, it's whatever, and I just thought that this would help me heal by talking about it. He's basically fisting my...
What?
This point. It hurts really bad, and I'm blacking out and disassociating and just trying not to be there while it's happening.
What? Listen, at no point, I don't know if y'all gonna have to read between the lines and figure out what she just said right there. I don't know that I could reiterate it for you in a manner that is, YouTube friendly or even not crass. You know what I'm saying? But I don't hear nothing about, I heard her saying no about don't take my clothes off, don't take my socks off, don't take all this. But now it's like you disassociating when he's doing something so crazy to you, so painful to you, so horrible to you. You disassociate. I don't hear you talking about the nose there. You know what I'm saying? That's the craziest. The accusations have gone off the meat rack right here. All right? Let's just say, for instance, she's telling the truth and she's not lying. All right? Pereira should be taken out back and, put to his rest like the dog and the mice and men. You know what I'm saying? I got to speak in code, y'all. Right? So if it is true, his soul be damned. Right? But I don't know how, if the video missed something or whatever, but she's kind of just, she jumped into that with no, you're not telling us that you said no. You're not telling us you try to get him to stop. You're not telling us he's forcing you to do it. You're just saying that you're just going along with it and you're disassociating. This shit is crazy to me. Oh, see, I missed what he just said. Let me see if I can catch it up here real quick. Let's see if I can catch it here. Nah, I couldn't catch it up there. Shit, I got the wrong chat up there, really. All right. I don't know what this guy's doing back here one day though or whatever. I don't know why you're back here, but you said you were leaving. So, you retracted your message. I wish I could see it. Why do I have this over here? It should be this one. So yeah, these allegations have gone left right here, right? This is crazy.
Before his assistant had left the room, I had told him to please tell Alex that I was very nervous. And, like, just trying not to be there while it's happening.
What's a joke? What did you erase? What's a joke? Oh, that you thought that this was the twins channel? It's a joke? Okay. Hardy hard.
Before his assistant had left the room, I had told him to please tell Alex that I was very nervous. I don't put out on the first time meeting somebody like that. Please emphasize to Alex that I'm very nervous. I haven't had sex with a lot of people. I have a lot of sexual trauma. I freeze up in the moment, and I am not able to have sex with people like that when I first meet them, and I told his translator to tell him that. He picks me up from off of on top of him, asks me, the only time he spoke English this entire time that I was with him was to ask me to help him put it in. I tried to put it in, but I was nervous, so I couldn't. So he did it, and he put it in my ass, and then he to me.
This is a bit of the smoking gun for anyone who doesn't believe in her story. For two different reasons. Number one, the entire night, as long as they've known each other, Pereira did not speak a lick of English to her whatsoever. She kept talking to the translator. She emphasized that over and over again throughout her story. And now for the first time, his only English words was put it in your behind. Pereira speaks a tiny bit of English. He knows certain words, but it's very hard to believe those are his first English words to her. Possible, but not entirely believable. And the second part of the smoking gun is that she said she tried to put it in. She tried to put it in. It's possible that he said that to her and he coerced her or talked her way into doing it, but it's going to be very hard for her to prove that part of her story, which is actually the most important part of her story.
Afterwards, he got up, he took a shower, I laid in bed, just kind of like disassociated, not even really like...
And it's like, listen, that point of that happening is, if there was a crime done, it had been done already. You know what I'm saying? It had been done. It started a long time ago, but that doesn't seem, like he said, it's possible but not believable.
Realizing what had just happened, I'm scared as fuck, and I don't know if I can use the shower, and I'm scared to ask him. So I just go to the bathroom and I sit on the toilet for a few minutes while I literally... I come back to bed after going to the bathroom. He kisses me on the forehead and he spoons me to sleep.
Now, for people that don't know what disassociation is, I majored in psychology. I understand what it is. It's when you kind of separate your thoughts and emotions and pretty much like yourself in a way from an event that happened. And sometimes it could be from a traumatic event. Now, it depends if she had dissociative amnesia or if she suffers from some kind of dissociative disorders. And one big symptom of it is that you forget certain things that happened in that traumatic event. The fact that she was able to remember what happened and remembered how she felt from the fist part to the penetration and stuff. I don't know if she's just using the word
Weasel,
incorrectly. It will make a lot of people
Weasel, you wilding with the words, Weasel.
think that, okay,
the
she's
light
trying to gain sympathy by using some kind of, the fist part to the penetration and stuff. I don't know if she's just using the word incorrectly. It will make a lot of people think that, okay, she's trying to gain sympathy by using some kind of sad condition. But she remembers, like, it seems like a lot of the details and how she felt. Like, she remembers her emotions. She remembers the events that happened. She remembers her thoughts, like she was playing into it. That was her thoughts, so it could be comfortable and she could just go through the night. That doesn't strike me as someone who's disassociating. But I could be wrong, right? I'm not a psychologist. But that's just off of my understanding of what disassociation is.
His translator and my friend came in the next morning, woke us up. I get dressed. They get us an Uber.
You slept? I wouldn't imagine any rest. I don't know. What do I know?
Understanding of what disassociation is.
His translator and my friend came in the next morning, woke us up. I get dressed. They get us an Uber. We go back to our hotel, pack up our stuff. And that's it. That's what happened.
You could have done that, leave and pack up your stuff at any time in this story, any point ever. You could have left the first time you were creeped out. You could have never showed up.
I don't really know what else to say, and I don't really like expect everybody to believe me. I knew that nobody was gonna believe me just based off of that TikTok that I posted. I guess I just wasn't expecting as many threatening comments.
So after the traumatic experience right there, where she was disassociating, she was able to fall asleep. She woke up, her friend and Mel are back, and they just go home. Where's the police report? Where is all of that stuff? Like, why didn't
Where's the conversation with your girl? Hey, girl, what happened last night? This, that, or the other. Hey, I told this person this. Or where's anything? That was it?
she go to the authorities? There are people where they go through something like this and they want to kind of just deal with it in their head, but she never went to the authorities ever up until this day. At least she never mentioned that she did, and that would be a very big detail to leave out. I'm staying neutral, but if there was a reason for me to not believe this story, it's that. Why didn't she ever go to the police? Why didn't she ever try to file some kind of report and bring forward an investigation which will expose all of this front screen for everybody? Why is she going to TikTok? The first place she went to is TikTok, and not the police, not the authorities. With all the red flags throughout her whole story that she continued to pursue throughout the night and hang out with Alex Pereira, a man that she claimed she had no idea who he was, but she was willing to do certain things with him, like go to the fights with him, go to the gym that he was at, willing to go on vacation according to her words, willing to sleep with him if he worked for it. Who knows what that means? Maybe it means like going on dates with her and whatever it is. And never once went to the police. Instead goes to vent on it on TikTok to spread it as far as she can amongst a larger audience. I mean, look at the tags on her post. Hashtag MMA, hashtag UFC 302, hashtag UFC, hashtag MMA. Hashtag Alex Pereira, hashtag Alex Politan Pereira, hashtag Muay Thai, MMA sparring, kickboxing, boxing, SA, Survivor Me Too mystery. She's not just venting, she's trying to spread her story on social media. It's not just a vent. Why spread it to social media but not to the police, where it actually matters? This is a big reason why a lot of people do believe that she's trying to get clicks on her OF through this story and bring on as much traction as possible to it. And she's brought the traction. She's got a lot of people talking about it. I mean, it's the biggest name in the UFC. He's the most relevant fighter in MMA in the height of his career, so of course she's going to get that kind of traction. And of course, without a doubt, I believe there have been people that have subscribed to her OF off of this. How many, I have no idea, and I don't know if there is a way to find out unless she actually shows how many new subscribers she has gotten. Of course, it's going to come with a lot of hate, and it seems like she's gotten way more hate than any support because there isn't really any evidence, and we've seen many fake allegations in the past 5 years or so. Way too many fake allegations at this point where people are not even willing to believe it on face value anymore. 7 to 10 years ago, yeah, people would just kind of believe it because it was much rarer to see. But now, because of all the fake allegations, it's like, okay, innocent until proven guilty, and that's how it should be. Alex Pereira, in my opinion, is innocent until he's proven guilty. We could say something about her story playing against her entire claim here because it is contradicting a bit and it seems a bit illogical with certain events, but it's not proof necessarily, right? The SA could have allegedly still happened. Like, believe me, when I saw the story at first, I didn't really believe it. I couldn't prove that it didn't happen, but in the beginning it was more of like an emotional response where I'm like, okay, this girl is just not telling the truth. It looks like she is after something. In fact, a lot of fake allegations, they're after two different things. They're either, number one, trying to destroy someone's career or destroy their image, or number two, trying to gain something out of it. And in her case, the thing that she could gain are OF subscriptions, which means more money. So if this actually happened to her, if her story is true, I hope she goes to the authorities and I hope they lock up Pereira for that. He needs to be behind bars if he did something like that. But if she is proven false, or if she does not come forward with the evidence and brings it forward to the authorities, she, in my opinion, should get locked up for the exact same time as the offense would be. That's my opinion. I think if anybody brings forward a false accusation, they should get locked.
I agree, but that's the hard part. For instance, in the case of that football player that we were talking about, I think he was a college player. He went to prison. He did time. So there was an actual number that she should have served. With this, they would have to go by all what ifs. What if Alex was sentenced to this much? So they'd have to figure out a perfect number for her to go to prison for. They're not going to do that, of course. Nothing's going to happen to her. But you know, she should be in trouble for that. You know,
locked up as what the offense
somebody just got clapped. I don't know what you clapped him for. I don't know how long you clapped him for. But what happened? Right? He's talking crazy. It depends what he's saying. We gotta let him talk. Let me see. View messages. View deleted message. They should make a law when you make about false stories to destroy someone's image and have them arrested. Okay, there's nothing right there. Let's see this one. My other language barrier. Everyone knows how to read body language. Okay, that's about the topic. Trying to see what his offense was, y'all. I gotta set the rules out. Let's see what this one is. Oh yeah, I need so much. Okay, I seen April say you seem like you need attention. Yeah, I refer to you to world pronoun. It's nuts. Yeah, I mean, he's talking. I mean, he's responding for himself. He's talking stupid, but I don't know if it's clappable. Let me see. Over here wanting attention, trying to rap with Shy. Okay, so y'all going back and forth. We're gonna have to let people fight for themselves until the rule is broken. Let me see. Shout out April. I'm pretty sure she's got a lot of traffic. Let's stay on the subject and out of each other's business. But shout out Jonathan. He said I clapped somebody. I seen Crash. I was about ready to clap him too. But let him talk. We have the opportunity in certain instances. We got to figure this out. We're gonna go through it to time. In certain instances, we just gonna let people go at it. Let them talk. You know, until it gets out of hand. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sure people could defend themselves or not. Ignore a motherfucker. He get back to the subject, but we'll see. He invited April to his parts. Okay, that's Mr. Suck These Nuts. Okay, I see that. How long did you clap him for? You gave him 24 hours? Give him 24. You know what? He can hold them 24 hours for coming in here and saying he was unsubscribing anyway. And if he feels like unsubscribing, he could go right ahead. Because I ain't like that shit. But it's cool. But he did come in and talk about the issue at hand. I just didn't know what he was on because he said he had left. But hardy But go on. Whatever you gave him, let him hold that for a little while. If he want to come back, he can come back tomorrow. He can TTS. He can do whatever. But if he don't want to, that's on him too. Salutes. All right, hit the like button, y'all. I'm not babysitting shit around here. Let's see what happens.
offense would be. And for Alex
He told her to suck his nuts. All right, he's gone. Let him go.
Pereira, I don't know what he should do because there is no evidence. So is it even worth for him to talk about it? But at the same time, it is spreading.
He's not that creative. That's not very creative, but that's a clappable offense. Don't come in here inviting women to your nuts. Invite her to dinner. April said he told me to suck on his peanuts. Jonathan gave him 300 seconds. What's that in pesos, man? All right, let's get it.
Around a lot, so maybe he just says, yo, this never happened, right? If he just said that, I think that's the best course to take if he is innocent. It's just this talk about it, but that's what he should do because there is no evidence. So is it even worth for him to talk about it? But at the same time, it is spreading around a lot, so maybe he just says, yo, this never happened, right? If he just said that, I think that's the best course to take if he is innocent. It's just to tell everybody, yo, this girl's just lying, and that's it. If he just says
that's all good. He could hold that time out. Yeah, whole thing doesn't sound right. Absolutely not. Let me turn off this chat up here because that ain't even the right chat.
lying, none of that happened, and he's innocent in it, then it's all brought upon her to bring forward the evidence and nothing else. If she brings no evidence, we just walk and move forward. And remember, this girl is some clout-chasing OF girl looking for some subs. But if Pereira is proven guilty, the man should get locked up for that. I mean, it's completely foul. My detectives have come out and found a couple things about this girl, and I wanted to bring this up at the end of the video. Maybe it's going to sway you one way or another, but that's not what I'm trying to do. It is a piece of information that is kind of important that can change the whole dynamic as to whether you believe this or not. The day after, on June 3rd, the day after this whole story allegedly happened, she was posting booty pics.
See?
She was
this one right here. That's what is she doing?
Was on her OF posting content. She posted a TikTok video, which she deleted, by the way, or was taken down by TikTok. The video was there on June 3rd of her dancing with a bottle in her hand.
the next
Now
day.
it isn't there. Why? Doesn't give off the impression or an optics of a person that is traumatized by something that happened the day before. Okay, so she just posted some of the text messages between her friend and Mel, as well as one text between her and her friend. They're all screenshots, so automatically the credibility of these aren't that great. We want to see screen recordings, not screenshots. And
I'll be in NYC until Saturday morning, then I'll head down to New Jersey. That's supposedly her. This is the dude. Maybe we could find time in our schedules to meet up. So it's looking like she reached out to him. Yes, let me know. He said, Shama, what's your number? When you going to get to the city?
And she also blocked out the name of who she's texting, as well as not showing the entire conversation. But let's see what she posted. Okay. Melvin Alexander Javel. That's Alex Pereira's friend, also a pro fighter. So this is the girl's friend, not the girl that's accusing Pereira. She says, I'll be in New York City until Saturday morning, then I'll head down to New Jersey. Oh, this is May. So about a week before the event. Then Mel says, maybe we could find time in our schedules to meet up. Yes, let me know. Shama, what's your number and when are you going to get into the city? Okay, now we skipped a few days, completely skipped over that entire conversation. I don't even know who's speaking here. I guess this is Mel and the friend again. So allegedly, we don't know if this is Mel. He says, who are you coming to the fights with? The girl says, my best friend. She went to the last fight with me. Haha. That's fun. Love that for you. She's sweet to tag along. She's not a big UFC fan. So this does seem to go hand in hand with some of the stuff that the girl was alleging. Okay, other conversation later in the day. Why did I mention you to Alex when we were getting the Lambo? And how about you would be here for the fights and he goes, does she have a friend? Mayo. Haha, tell him I do. Yes. So this is still matching what the girl was saying. Per wanted to see if she had a friend. Next day, by the way, I sent you my friend's Insta. Yo, LMAO. So bro's wearing my glasses right now and I showed him and he took his glasses off and said Shama. And you could see that she responded with like a laughing emoji. And then a few hours later, gonna miss the presser. Sean Strickland was a menace. What are the chances we see each other tonight? And Alex is asking about your friend. And then she says, what are y'all doing tonight? And then about Sean Strickland, please, I know. So it seems like the friend, according to these texts, is a big UFC fan. Mel says, what are your plans tonight? And the girl says, we're not sure yet. Probably get dressed up and find somewhere to eat. And then Mel responds, well, I'll be heading to training now and we'll be done in an hour. Let me know if you want to get together later because I'm sure Alex will be down. And we don't even know what time or day that was. Now, next day, on the 31st, you want to come train tomorrow with Alex. Bet when? Okay, so we just missed that entire thing. Did they go to the gym? Did they meet up with Alex that day? I have no idea. And we're only getting 2 texts, 2 messages out of the entire conversation. And this seems to be Mel according to the top. She goes, I love Dutch. Shama. She says, Shama. Just getting here. When you get here, you could park across the street in the parking lot. Okay, bet. A day later, thanks for inviting us. I enjoyed training with y'all. I'm glad you came. Send a pic of Alex in glasses. Did you get to check in to hotel? Okay, so this, according to the story, this is after Alex was allegedly trying to kiss the girl and she was pushing him off. Now, her friend here, according to the text, seems like
Headset thought he didn't speak English. This supposedly is homeboy that's sending these messages. Absolutely. Danny Mendoza said, if this is the truth, takes away from the real victims. I believe that. You're victimizing them, in a sense. You know?
everything was fine on her end. She didn't say anything crazy. But again, I don't know what this conversation started like. Because she started with, I love Dutch. And he says Sham. So I'm guessing like they're planning a date or to go eat somewhere. I filmed the line and it took 3 minutes. My gosh. You want to meet us at ours before we go to the fights? Host Hotel is in Jersey City though. But if you guys want to come out here to get the UFC fan experience vibes, that's cool. It's just hot and everything's outside. She asks, it ends at 5:30. What time are you guys pulling up to the fight? We're heading to our hotel now. Want to meet us there? He's going to leave around 8:30ish though because he wants to see one of the guys fight. Do y'all want to grab dinner? We can meet at your hotel. Yes, of course. I think we're just Ubering around. It'll be easier, honestly. Come now. Takes like 30 from Newark, cause traffic. Okay, so it seems like they're just scheduling a date or something. All right, so something with the Uber.
El Padrino, the translator suspect. Expand on that if you can. How? Tell me. What are you getting? I'm getting that he's the one. He benefits from the star package that comes with Alex Pereira. You know what I'm saying? With the chicks and shit like that.
Uber at the top there. Chill, I got you. Is it crazy where you are? I'll order you an Uber. Just try and get somewhere. Not where everyone is, so It's not as crazy to try and find. Okay, we're walking further, but it's sketch. Chill, just find like a storefront or something with a name and let me know and I'll order it and share the Uber link with you. Okay, we're in front of the National Newark building, okay? And then a picture, I guess, of her friend sparring with Alex Pereira. And as you can see, this does look like Cruz MMA with the blue mats and stuff. Okay, and this is the girl with the story, and Pereira might be looking at her or whoever is right in between them. So this is allegedly on the same day, on June 1st. June 6th, okay, so we jump 5 days. So this, I'm guessing, is from the girl with the story. I feel like every morning I wake up, I feel worse, and it's more clear to me that they manipulated us and used us / SA'd us. I've been disassociated ever since I left that hotel, LMFAO. Nothing feels real, and you can see that whoever she's texting hearted that.
I've been disassociated ever since I left that hotel, LMFAO. What's funny about that?
Comment right there. I'm guessing she's talking to any of us. I've been disassociated ever since I left. I feel like every morning I wake up, I feel worse, and it's more clear to me that they manipulated us and used us / SA'd us. I've been disassociated ever since I left that hotel, LMFAO. Nothing feels real, and you can see that whoever she's texting hearted that comment right there. I'm guessing she's talking to her friend, but we just don't know. I wish she posted the whole conversation and not just a wall of her texts here, because you can see at the bottom that her friend or whoever she's texting is texting back, and I wonder what they had to say. Well, she goes, nothing feels real. They knew older women wouldn't put up with that! Exclamation point emoji. So they preyed on us low-key. I can't tell who's a bigger POS, Mel for pretending to be a safe person for us and acting like a very easy person to open up to, or Alex for telling him to do that, SAing me, and not thinking twice about it. I really wonder what that person was going to respond with, because they're responding to the first text, and you can see they did not reply with any kind of emoji or anything like that. And as we know, if this is her friend Jesse, we know that they unfollowed each other, and it could, hypothetically, maybe, it could have been something in these text messages. Maybe she disagreed with her. Who knows what the story is? And again, also, take a lot of this with a grain of salt, because these are screenshots of text messages. We have no idea who she...
Shout out El Padrino. He said, translator is the puppet master, but what's the motive? A setup? No, I don't think he had nothing to do with it. I think he's just the guy that benefits off of his rich friend. You know what I'm saying? And he's the guy that hollers at the girls and lines up girls and party or whatever. I don't see him as trying to, you know. I don't think she needed any help. You know what I'm saying? Could someone have put her up to this to ruin his career? I mean, she could have put herself up to it. She said they didn't go because it was hot. It seemed like they wanted to go outside to the event, and the translator told them it was hot. The translator comes across mad respectful and kind. He's trying to accommodate them. Evidently, it wasn't accommodation enough. You know what I mean?
she's speaking to. We don't know who's even texting. These are also from different apps, it seems like. And I'm pretty sure every new phone has a screen recorder. So that's all of her text messages. So all the other stuff before this last wall of text was pretty much just corroborating with what she was saying, how the days were going with the dates and stuff like that. But the best thing for her to do is to show the entire conversation with a screen record, because a lot of context can be missed and people are just not going to believe it if you're just posting screenshots of portions of the conversation. We've seen in the past people have done this before to spin the conversation and how they wanted to portray it. So that's part of the stuff that I found as well. And if any other kind of evidence comes up or any other allegation from her or Pereira, I'll keep you guys updated. So leave the comments below.
Shout out to the Weasel, man. Shout out to the Weasel. He killed it. I'm gonna put his channel out in the chat again. Shout out Pete Never XVT. Salute to you. You are funny. Funny how, huh? Funny like what? Like a fucking clown? Huh? Salutes. Appreciate you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Get that up there. Something's not right here. Gut feeling. Yeah, I don't know that she's right. There's a lot of holes in her story. Early in the video, does she say she's been through it before? Yeah. And then she also says that she's been through it before, but she's naive. I guess you don't learn from your mistakes. You know what I'm saying? This is what it is. How long y'all clapped Upper Echelon for? I think Upper Echelon made a different account. Where's Upper Echelon? Still at they put him in the bathroom. He never came back. Huh? I don't know. They might have gave him 24 hours. He gonna be mad now. He gonna come with another poll or some shit. They got effed, literally. You could see they're mounting up a story, a thread to accommodate their story. Here's the thing, there's no there. It's just her. Her girlfriend was in it, but we don't see no parts of her girlfriend's conversation. We don't. We heard that they unfollowed each other, so she seems to be on her own with her story right now. You know. Shout out to Zoraida on the return. Appreciate you. Can Otso or Crash Out, because they both jumped them. Did I ask this already? Maybe y'all gave me an answer. Clarify how long y'all gave up Arsalan. Gave him a 24-hour joint. Let's get people back up here. Salutes. All right, man. So, what do y'all think? The girl feels used, but the translator comes across, like Shai said, accommodating, rather nice. I said nice, which is an overused adjective. Salutes. Oh, yeah, Jay got clapped tonight. All right, Crash Out said he gave him 5 minutes. He went to the bathroom. It's Bronx Tale. Salutes. This hand puppet's wildin'. Oh, you wildin'. Yeah, man. That's another red flag. Her and her friend not talking to each other is another one. Yeah, like she's not even in the text messages, you know? And it's rather leading when it says, I feel like every morning I wake up, I feel messier. And it's more clear to me that they manipulated us and used us / assaulted us. Does that mean they didn't pay the fine? Sounds like a David Mamet story, setup style. Shout out to Kino on the check-in. Kino, you missed a whole lot, man. It's crazy. All right. Let me see. He didn't get clapped on this side. One Deado, right? But he said, I thought this was the Flores Twins channel. Damn, well, unsubscribed. Peace. Came back to get you, bro. Keep our nuts to ourselves around here. Let's get it. Crash, I said, no, it was me. No, it was both of y'all. I never saw that before. It was both of y'all. Your name popped up first, Crash Out, so you get the first. And then it said, oh, so got clapped up. Jay got jumped. Jay got jumped. Has anyone else confirmed her story? No. And from my understanding, she keeps deleting her Instagram and shit. Let's check it out. Instagram. What was her name? Look back. Oh, I got another video here. He looks unbothered in this one. I saw this one. If she needed her feet done, she should just asked. A closed mouth don't get fed. She didn't want him to take his socks off, bro. What is her Instagram? Let me see. Her name is Meredith. Anyways, we'll keep an eye on it, but from my understanding, ain't nobody else corroborating that story. It's the canales de Shy. Salutes. Salutes to the twins. Salutes to everybody, but people done got spoiled around here. Yeah, double tap. It was definitely a double tap. It's crazy. Never seen that. All right, I want to move on. All right, we took a lot of time on that one, but I'm not buying it. Not right now. Not. I don't see it. I don't see it. All right, I want to get to this next joint. Although I do have this, I have a little bit more video from Full Mount MMA. Oh, also let me put the Weasel's channel back up in the chat. Boom. Peace. Albert Flores said, Alex crazy for being into that kind of ish, though. Yeah, but that's if it's true. Hoso came out one gang way, I came out the other. Facts. Yeah, that's assuming it's true. But in this video here, for Mama MMA, he's looking rather unbothered.
So Alex Pereira has been trending on social media for 3 days in a row now over these recent accusations. If you missed yesterday's video, Alex is being accused of by a 21-year-old girl named Meredith. She posted several TikToks about the situation, claiming it happened in a hotel during UFC 302 Fight Week. These DMs have been going around social media. Again, I want to preface that these DMs could easily be faked, since it's only a screenshot and not a video.
So
I want
much
you to
time
see.
and effort to build your own business. Whole lot of work.
Bitch
It
ass.
shows Meredith allegedly saying that the money series of alleged DMs between her friend that she was with
No, we saw the DMs. I want y'all to see him post.
order them an Uber so they don't have to walk to meet up with them. Meredith then posted photos of what appears to be her and Jesse with Alex. Here's the first one, which shows them sparring. Next, she posted this photo showing her and Alex sitting together. We verified it is Meredith in this photo. The tattoos match on her leg and forearm. Meredith then posted text messages between her and her friend Jesse. These messages are on June 6th. Meredith writes, I feel like every morning I wake up I feel shittier, and it's more clear to me that they manipulated us and used us / assaulted us. I've been disassociated ever since I left that hotel. Jesse hearted that text. She continued, nothing feels real.
Come
They
on,
knew
Papa.
older women
We've
wouldn't.
been
Posted
through
this
all
to his Instagram story. After these DMs emerged on social...
The accommodator, his partner, the translator, whatever they calling him, he responded on his Instagram. I believe.
media, allegedly between him and this woman. He posted this to his Instagram story. It's the parody song called Why the F You Lying?
Why the f you lying?
At the time of this video, Alex himself has yet to comment on this situation. Yesterday, Alex and Glover Teixeira attended a charity event, and Alex spoke on his past addiction with alcohol. We translated the clip with AI, so that's why Alex is speaking English.
Alex, come on. What did he say? So we translated him with AI. That's why Alex is speaking English in the video. This AI shit is out of control. In his voice? Hold on, man. I didn't see this shit.
Well, folks, very happy with everyone. All of you here gathered for a good cause, and thank everyone who is in this battle.
Listen, every time there's YouTube videos all over the place that got Joe Rogan, and they'll show a flash of him, but they won't show his mouth moving, and they're making shit up. They got one with Nate Diaz. They got a bunch of them. This is dangerous, man. This is you could put somebody away using their voice like this and their likeness and all that. That's crazy.
Right? Trying to motivate all these people. Well, some people know about my history with alcohol addiction, but some people definitely don't know. Okay, I'm going to talk a little about what happened to me.
And that's going to wrap it up for the news.
That's crazy. That sounds crazy. But he ain't looking bothered. He's chilling. He's out there at kids parties and shit, doing kids parties. Salutes. Danny Mendoza said, little change in topic. That's enjoying everyone's input. Salutes to you, Danny. We appreciate you. Even if it is true, though, is that essay, though? Everything she said is how she felt after she never mentioned she said stop or anything that makes it an essay. Yeah, I mean, it's not looking good for her either way. They tried to corroborate it with a flimsy text chain. This is sad. Yeah, like there was nobody else in them texts between her and her friend. April said, this is a channel that facilitates the twins. We love the twins over here. Salutes. This AIS is wild in his own voice translate. That's crazy. It's not a tumor. What he sound like. It's not a tumor. Let's see. Skynet is creeping. That's a fact. That's true. At no time did she ever say that she said stop or no. In the text thread, she tried to get her friend to believe they were SA'd. I think they never went to DR. Oh, they definitely didn't go to DR. She blew the whole shit before DR even happened, you know? Salutes. Shine only a member. He's a president. You know? Salutes James Rucker on the check-in. So, yeah. So, let's get into this next story, y'all. Next
if you're looking to get it,
is the Miriam Hernandez story. Right? I want to get through these quickly because it's getting late. We spent a lot of time on that one. All right, but let's get to this. I'm going to play this at normal speed, and shout out to Death's Door for this video. Let's get it. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. Let's get it.
Todos sabemos. La fuga de los reos secuestradores, hubo una fuga masiva.
Oh, there's writing here. Let me see. Shout out Danny says it's a bad jacket to put on someone because there's people who act without proof and someone always gets hurt. Absolutely. They do it all the time, though. All right, let's see what she said here.
La fuga de los reos
Due to the escape of the kidnappers,
secuestradores, hubo una fuga masiva de
there was
reos.
a massive escape of prisoners, we all know.
Todos sabemos. Debido a
Because of that
en esa
massive
fuga
escape,
masiva se fugan dos
two of those who escaped are my daughter's kidnappers.
Uno fue recapturado,
One
pero
was
uno
captured,
aún sigue
one was recaptured, but one is still at large.
libre. A raíz de eso, yo
As a
también
result of that,
pedí
I also asked
en
for
lo que
security
este
until this
fuera
prisoner was
recapturado,
recaptured.
que hasta fecha no ha
But that is
sucedido.
not happening.
Miriam Rodriguez is a mother who tragically lost her daughter to the brutality of Mexican cartels. Overwhelmed by pain and a thirst for justice, Miriam transformed from a grief-stricken mother into a vigilante activist. This is the powerful story of a mother who relentlessly pursued 10 cartel members responsible for the death of her beloved daughter. Let's dive into the life of the main character of this tragic tale. Miriam Elizabeth Rodriguez Martinez was born in 1960 in San Fernando, Tamaulipas, where she lived a seemingly ordinary life. However, due to the ongoing cartel turf wars and violent massacres, most of Miriam's family, including her son, had already relocated away from San Fernando. The city was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb. According to the New York Times, San Fernando lies alongside the Principal northbound route within the state of Tamaulipas, which leads to the United States. The area's vast network of dirt roads and scrubland provides an ideal pathway for drug smuggling activities. Between 2007 and 2012, Mexico experienced an inclining surge of violent occurrences that led to a 3 times increase in the number of murders. During this time, more than 60,000 lives were lost to violence, and countless civilians were either reported missing or forced to abandon their homes in fear of danger. The surge was encouraged by a significant increase in drug trafficking and the changes in government propositions to combat drug trafficking organizations. This situation highlights the difficulty that Mexico confronts in its battle with growing crime rates. Despite the anger, Miriam's 20-year-old daughter, Karen Alejandra Salinas Rodriguez, decided to stay in the city to finish her education and assist her mom with her business. Everything was as great as it could be. Unfortunately, tragedy hit the Rodriguez family. In 2012, Miriam's daughter Karen was abducted by the infamous Los Zetas cartel. Miriam and her family searched tirelessly for her daughter. The Zetas demanded the family pay a heavy ransom in exchange for their daughter's life. The term Los Zeta might sound familiar to you. You see,
So here's the thing. We have this thing about rug dealers, right? Where we want these dudes to win, right? We don't see the psychopathic part of that, right? Once they go psychopath, why are we still behind these people? Okay? So are we to celebrate people that kidnap young girls? Like, just because they're criminals, just because F the police? I'm not understanding this mentality. Is there like a famous one of those cartel guys that snatches up girls and he gonna be on the t-shirt too? Like, what are we talking about here? That's just psychopath, sociopath, lunatic stuff, just snatching up women like that. I lose viewers when I start talking about real shit. But it is what it is. Fuck off. You know what I'm saying?
Los Zeta is a Mexican criminal organization based in Nuevo Laredo. The gang originated in the late 1990s when commandos of the Mexican army abandoned their ranks and started working as the enforcement arm of the Gulf Cartel. Los Zeta was one of the most dangerous drug cartels and was known to utilize shock and awe tactics, which means they don't hesitate to torture, kill, or beat other people. The gang is mostly involved in drug trafficking, but they also operate through protection rackets, assassinations, extortion, kidnappings, and other illegal activities.
Last week, you had the worst massacre in this entire drug war, with 72 migrants killed by the Zetas, one of the drug cartels that operates primarily just below Laredo and Brownsville, Texas. They actually operate all over Mexico, but that's sort of their home base. They're accused of gunning down 72 migrants. That's obviously the worst that's occurred in what's an incredibly bloody drug war here.
Two cartels that are in what amount to a cartel war now. And they are apparently two of the most vicious cartels in Mexico. So they're their first instinct is to kill you rather than deal with you. Rather than kidnap you and ransom you, will just kill you.
Most importantly, the Zetas are one of the main instigators behind the violent turf wars of Mexico.
Now, the Tijuana cartel traditionally ran the drugs business in the city, but the Sinaloa cartel has moved into their turf and taken away some of the business. It means now that the city is at the center of a major and bloody turf war, making it one of the most dangerous cities in the country.
Turf wars are conflicts or battles that occur between rival groups or organizations over control of a territory. Crime organizations, street gangs, and cartels fight for dominance over specific areas to exert influence, power, and control. These turf wars can lead to violent outcomes, mass casualties, and an increase in crime rates. There are many reasons why turf wars happen, but they usually center around conflicts over drug distribution, human trafficking, or gang rivalries. The former notorious Mexican drug lord and leader of the Beltran-Leyva cartel, Edgar Valdez Villarreal, was also known to engage in rivalry wars with the Los Zetas. It was reported that the Zetas kidnapped and killed Valdez's brother as an act of revenge. As a result, Edgar Valdez Villarreal captured 4 members of the Zetas, whom he and shot on camera. The video was later acquired by Dallas Morning News.
And against rival gang members, murder. Police say you can hear LaBarbie's voice interrogating these men just before they're arrested.
So, as you can see, these cartels and gang members aren't hesitant to abduct or even kill someone to get what they want. The issue of turf wars and gang violence has prevailed over the country of Mexico for years, and communities have been affected by the ongoing brutality. They pose significant threats to people's safety and security, and they also disrupt the efforts of law enforcement agencies tasked with countering organized crime and gang-related violence. Karen Rodriguez is one of many victims of this savagery. Through the cloud of tragedy loomed over the Rodriguez family, Miriam was determined to get her back. On a fateful day in 2012, 20-year-old Karen Rodriguez was driving her truck through a rural area when 2 trucks encircled her. 2 men came at her with guns, dragging her from the car and into theirs. Later, the 2 men took her to the Rodriguez family home and tied her up. They were about to proceed with their ransom plan when a family friend dropped by and witnessed the scene, ruining the kidnappers' plans. At this point, the kidnappers decided to abduct both Karen and the family friend. After the kidnapping took place, Karen's family started receiving threats and ransom demands. Miriam and her family had no choice but to take out a loan from the bank to pay their daughter's ransom. Yes, a loan. Apparently, there have been so many kidnapping for ransom incidents in the city of San Fernando that the bank started issuing ransom loans. Miriam and her husband almost had no trouble receiving one. They were willing to pay as long as their daughter was safe. Miriam and her husband were told to drop the ransom money off at a local medical facility. They were directed to wait at a nearby cemetery.
Ransom loans is crazy. All right, think about that. Ransom loans, that's getting screwed on so many levels. You have somebody that violated you and took your family member demanding money. You don't have the money. The bank is like, okay, we'll give you the money, which opens up the eyes of the criminal to saying, oh, it's all good. They're going to get this money from the bank. And then, so you think, oh, you tell the bank, come on, bank, you're gonna make the criminals just do this all the time because they know they can get this money. And the bank's like, no, we got to serve the people. You know what I'm saying? But then those people get hit on the interest on that loan. It's just a whole big snake eating its own ass, man. It's crazy. Oppression at its finest from so many different levels, from the gutter to the presidential suite.
For further receiving one. They were willing to pay as long as their daughter was safe. Miriam and her husband were told to drop the ransom money off at a local medical facility. They were directed to wait at a nearby cemetery for further instructions, but the couple was not contacted. Miriam refused to give up. She asked to meet with the gang members, and they agreed.
Wait, what? They denied the money? What happened?
Their daughter was safe. Miriam and her husband were told to drop the ransom money off at a local medical facility. They were directed to wait at a nearby cemetery for further instructions, but the couple was not contacted. Miriam refused to give up. She asked to meet with the gang members, and they agreed. The meeting took place at a local restaurant called El Junior. Miriam met with a man who tried to demand more money from her without telling her the whereabouts of her daughter. Miriam couldn't get any information from this person. However, he was said to be wearing a cheap plastic radio on his belt. Miriam reported hearing a constant voice coming from the radio and believed his name to be Sama. The man, Sama, stated that he didn't have Karen, but they could help Miriam locate her daughter for a fee. The challenges Miriam faced to locate her daughter's whereabouts became even more daunting. Desperately, Miriam agreed to pay the gang $2,000, but they still wouldn't answer her calls. Finally, when they did return the calls, the kidnappers asked for an extra $500. The family continued to wait, but Karen never returned. Miriam is now separated from her husband and living with her eldest daughter, Azalea. She knew at this point that Karen would not be returning. The heartbroken mother swore to keep searching until she tracked down every one of her daughter's kidnappers.
Supercharge your business with the all-new Shopify point of sale, the all-in-one POS solution.
This is where Miriam's vigilante detective work begins. An important note to remember is that the reason Miriam had to go to such lengths to investigate her daughter's disappearance is because the police refused to do any work to help the Rodriguez's family. Miriam is more determined than ever to find these people who took her daughter away from her. And where better to begin than with Sama, the only member of the gang she met with. Remember that family friend who was abducted along with Karen? He was actually released shortly after his abduction because he wasn't worth anything to the kidnappers. Miriam managed to press him for the physical description of his captors, which was enough for Miriam to confirm that Sama was involved in her daughter's disappearance. In this day and age, almost everyone has a social media account. It's not hard to locate someone, even a notorious gangster. Miriam begins scouring the internet to try to locate the face of the man she met at the restaurant. Miriam spent hours and hours searching Karen's profile for the slightest hint of anything related to her kidnapping. While browsing on Facebook, she eventually stumbled upon a picture of a man who bore the resemblance to Sama. He was standing next to a woman dressed in an ice cream store uniform. After conducting a more thorough investigation, it was revealed that the uniform belonged to a store in Ciudad Victoria, which was nearly 2 hours away from her location. She immediately recognized him from their meeting at the El Junior restaurant. Miriam later watching Karen locate not hard in her daughter the release shortly after his abduction because he wasn't worth anything to the kidnappers. Miriam managed to press him for the physical description of his captors, which was enough for Miriam to confirm that Sama was involved in her daughter's disappearance. In this day and age, almost everyone has a social media account. It's not hard to locate someone, even a notorious gangster. Miriam begins scouring the internet to try to locate the face of the man she met at the restaurant. Miriam spent hours and hours searching Karen's profile for the slightest hint of anything related to her kidnapping. While browsing on Facebook, she eventually stumbled upon a picture of a man who bore the resemblance to Sama. He was standing next to a woman dressed in an ice cream store uniform. After conducting a more thorough investigation, it was revealed that the uniform belonged to a store in Ciudad Victoria, which was nearly 2 hours away.
Miriam was on her Dexter shit, boy. She was doing her research for real.
From her location. She immediately recognized him from their meeting at the El Junior restaurant. Miriam located the ice cream shop and began stalking the store on a regular basis. She found the woman employee from the picture and memorized her working hours. Miriam watched the woman employee during her shift and waited patiently for Sama to show up. Finally, when she spotted Sama coming into the store, Miriam waited to follow the couple home and recorded their address. This sounds really creepy and all, but I guess it's not that bad when the person you're stalking is the kidnapper and potential killer. Still, this information is good, but it's not enough to get the police involved. Miriam needs more information. She needs to get closer to these people. And in order to do that, she needs to go undercover. Miriam cut her hair and dyed it bright red so no one would recognize her. She put on an old government uniform she kept from an old job at the health ministry and went from door to door in Sama's neighborhood conducting fake surveys. Her goal is to collect as much information about Sama as possible. After she's done all the hard work, Miriam took her findings to the local authorities, hoping they would lend her a hand. Unfortunately, she ran into a bump in the road. It turns out the kidnapping and crime rates in the city had inclined tremendously.
In those areas, there were shootings and kidnappings. 11 people reported killed.
There were over 70,000 missing person cases due to the cartel activity. Additionally, the number of homicides in Mexico had doubled, and no significant measures were being taken to address the situation. Therefore, no law enforcement officers cared enough about Miriam or her daughter to do anything about it. It took Miriam a lot more time to find someone who was willing to help her. By the time an arrest warrant was issued, Sama had already taken off. Miriam was frustrated.
These police is nothing. They're worthless. What are they even there for?
But she refused to give up. She spent more time identifying and locating more gang members from Sama's crew. Before you know it, Miriam located a large number of photographs of Sama and his gang crew. That just goes to show how amazing Miriam was at her detective work. Maybe it was an act of karma, but Sama eventually resurfaced. On September 15, 2014, Mexican Independence Day, Miriam's son Luis was closing his shop in Ciudad Victoria when he spotted a familiar slender man in his shop. Luis recognized that the man was Sama. He dropped everything and called his mother while trying his best to keep an eye on Sama. And of course, Sama was arrested. And he quickly gave the police the names of his accomplices who were involved in Karen's abduction. He's fucking Independence Day. Miriam's son Luis was closing his shop in Ciudad Victoria when he spotted a familiar slender man in his shop. Luis recognized that the man was Sama. He dropped everything and called his mother while trying his best to keep an eye on Sama. And of course, Sama was arrested. And he quickly gave the police the names of his accomplices who were involved in Karen's abduction. One of the names was Christian Jose Zapata Gonzalez, an 18-year-old. He was brought in for questioning. Miriam witnessed the questioning, and from her perspective, Christian looked like a scared child. Miriam sympathized with the young man. At one point during the interrogation, Miriam came in to offer Christian her lunch and went to buy him a drink. Later, the officers questioned her kindness towards the boy. According to Miriam's friend, Idalia Salvidar Villavicencio, who was present during the questioning, Miriam said, "He's still a child no matter what he did, and I'm still a mother. When I heard him just now, it was like my own child."
Then she probably disarmed him with all that motherliness. You know what I'm saying? Disarmed him and got him to talk and spewing out of his mouth. Sheesh. It's crazy. I'm getting a chat real quick. And all of Barbie's family is in PD. One of them, I believe, is DA official. I feel like his sister is like a lawyer or some shit. Or a DA. They're graduating from rug trafficking to unaliving and other evil ish. That's why I have so much respect for the twins, which I might not have had you not highlighted their story in such a compelling way. Salutes. The Mendoza said around this time they were taking young men off the street and forcing them to join in their senseless war, and mothers would get pieces of their children back. Yeah, man. The exploitation of children in Mexico is crazy. It sounds like a real-life Man on Fire starring Denzel. Facts. Systemic. I think they turned this lady's pain and suffering into a movie. I'm telling you, this is Man on Fire. Yes, I do remember that movie, and Dakota Fanning was amazing as a kid. Still amazing, but as a kid, she was something else. Shout out to Miriam. I told y'all, we real life detectives out here. You gotta relax, April. We not. Yeah, I mean, we can be. But, you know. What's the name of the girl in Man on Fire? Miriam, you're a mother's love personified. Salutes. Miriam's a gangster, superhero shit. A person I said, bro, what I miss? How was your trip, bro? Salutes. You got the clappage real quick. He's back from unaliving. Salutes. Danny, I can't remember, but she was portrayed by a little genius, Dakota Fanning. Yeah, I don't remember her name either. Shout out Miriam, though. Miriam is relentless.
Touched by Miriam's compassion, Christian told the investigator everything they needed to know, which includes Karen's location. "I'm willing to take you to the ranch where they killed them and where their bodies should still be buried," Christian said in a statement to the police.
Wow.
Flippy, the AI-powered kitchen robot from Miso Robotics that can help restaurant owners make more profit.
I can't believe y'all all accepted for me to be putting time out. You earned the time out, bro. Don't catch another one.
Christian led them to an abandoned ranch house near San Fernando, Tamaulipas, Mexico, that was littered with bullet holes, a remnant of a gunfight months earlier. The place was left in a horrifying condition. While scouring through the debris of the ranch house, Miriam Rodriguez stumbled upon a scarf. Miriam recognized the scarf belonging to her daughter, and she also found a seat cushion from Karen's truck on the top of the pile. This discovery confirms Miriam's suspicion that her daughter had been killed, except forensic claims that Karen's body wasn't recovered at the ranch, which Miriam refused to believe. In 2015, a group of scientists confirmed that Karen's remains were found at the ranch. Following the revelation of an abundant discovery of dead bodies, the region underwent extensive excavation. However, it was only after Miriam insisted on a second check that Karen's femur was finally found. Miriam was driving home from the ranch when she passed by a barbecue restaurant where she had eaten with Azalia 2 days after Karen was abducted. She remembers meeting Elvia Yulisa Betancourt, an old neighbor at the restaurant as well. Miriam recalls asking Elvia if she had seen Karen, which she denied. It could be a sixth sense or a gut feeling, but Miriam thought the interaction was strange enough to have her start looking into Elvia Yulisa Betancourt. She thinks her neighbor could be an accomplice to Karen's kidnapping. Miriam started researching Elvia and found out that she was involved romantically with one of Karen's abductors, who was imprisoned at the time. Like what she did with Sama, Miriam started stalking the prison during visiting hours. She waited until Elvia showed up and had her arrested. It was later discovered
Miriam was a straight up gangster, yo.
That some of the ransom calls received by the Rodriguez family came from her home. Another point to Miriam for having a great sense of observation. Months passed and Miriam continued her research and evidence discovery work. Soon Miriam ran across a man named Enrique Yoel Rubio Flores, who she recognized as one of the culprits behind her daughter's disappearance. The media called him a born-again Christian. Miriam traced Flores back to his hometown in Aldama and paid a visit to his grandmother. Miriam learned from Flores' grandmother that he attended church regularly, so she started attending mass at his church to observe him. Eventually, Miriam contacted the authorities about her findings, and they arrested Enrique Yoel Rubio Flores at the chapel. At the scene of the arrest, Flores' family begged Miriam for mercy, but she scoffed and stated, "Where was his compassion when they killed my daughter?"
I'm with you, Miriam. Where was their compassion when they did that to your daughter? Fact. Yet these weren't Miriam's wildest investigations.
What? At this point, Miriam Rodriguez is 56 years old and has been chasing down her daughter's killers for a few years, but she couldn't care less about herself. Miriam remains persistent. She refuses to back down until she brings all of her daughter's killers to justice. This time she had her eyes on a young florist. Miriam learned that this man used to be a florist before joining the cartel, and he's most likely returned to his old past to stay out of the law enforcement's way. After receiving an anonymous tip, Miriam located the man selling sunglasses near the United States and Mexico border. The man recognized her and ran away. Fortunately, Miriam came prepared. She ran after him, tackled him to the ground, and pointed a gun at him. Miriam detained the man for approximately an hour until the authorities arrived. Okay, so Miriam Rodriguez is not only doing police work at this point, she's doing James Bond work.
She
did some out of the law enforcement's way. After receiving an anonymous tip, Miriam located the man selling sunglasses near the United States and Mexico border. The man recognized her and ran away. Fortunately, Miriam came prepared. She ran after him, tackled him to the ground, and pointed a gun at him. Miriam detained the man for approximately an hour until the authorities arrived. Okay, so Miriam Rodriguez is not only doing police work at the...
So they should have gave her a budget to do this. If she's doing their job, they should have gave her a budget. They should have paid her out. She tackling fools in the street. Shout out Miriam.
She's doing James Bond work. She literally caught a criminal all on her own. Miriam should have been made an honorary detective at this point.
Shit.
Well, back to the story. Miriam
honorary? Nah, cut her a check.
Rodriguez dedicated 3 years of her life to tracking down almost all of the living gang members responsible for kidnapping and killing her daughter. She managed to hunt down 10 of them. In her non-stop pursuit of justice, she adopted various cunning tactics, including dyeing and cutting her hair, obtaining fake IDs, and disguising as health workers and election officials. These methods allowed her to gain proximity to the gang's family members and associates. Though most of the time people would slam the door in her face, Miriam remains persistent. Miriam pieces together fragments of information, slowly investigating the men she sought. Her determination and investigation skills brought her widespread recognition in Mexico, but this newfound fame also exposed her to danger. As a powerless woman in her 50s challenging a prominent gang in the country, Miriam's openness about their crime served as an inspiration to other families with missing children, encouraging them to stand up and fight rather than to hide in fear. However, this exposure made her vulnerable, attracting threats from those associated with the cartel. Recognizing the danger she faced, Miriam sought help from the Mexican government and requested protection. During an incident, some prisoners managed to...
You probably went like this to her, huh? Because that's what that president does. We know that. You know what I'm saying? We know that. Salutes. Shout out Crash Out. No animosity up echelon. The call came from the higher ups. Facts. Chucky says she bowed it. Absolutely. Miriam, I would love to shake your hand. You're the entire throne. Women on fire. Facts. Diane Mendoza said, I involved myself in the gang life at a young age, did things I regret, and served 13 years of my life, and I believe God gave me a wake-up call, but never did things of the sort cartel members do. Salutes to you, bro, and salutes to you for changing your life and your existence and giving it meaning. Albert Flores says, I'm about to recommend the Netflix series, Shaw. I don't know if you've seen it. Somos. I have not. Maybe it was during Jay's time. Don't remember. A little after. I'd want to see his thoughts on it, too. It's about Los Zetas, okay? Salutes. Yo, she done chased him down.
To escape on help from those associated with the cartel. Recognizing the danger she faced, Miriam sought help from the Mexican government and requested protection. During an incident...
April said, yo, she tackled this man and subdued him for an entire hour, bro. What is her cash at? We need to start a GoFundMe. No shit.
Some prisoners managed to escape from the same jail where her daughter's kidnappers were being held.
La fuga de los reos secuestradores
Due to the kidnappers' escape, there was a massive escape of prisoners, we all know. Because of that massive escape, 2 of those who escaped are my daughter's kidnappers. One was recaptured, but one is still at large. As a result of that, I also asked for security until this prisoner was recaptured, but that has not happened.
On April 17th, Miriam pursued a woman who worked as a nanny for a family in Ciudad Victoria. Once again, Miriam spent days stalking the family home until she saw the young woman. When the nanny was arrested, Miriam was reported chasing her on foot, resulting in an injury. Miriam managed to place another one of her daughter's killers behind bars.
Chased down,
She's
not
one
only
step
that, she chased down another one.
in Ciudad Victoria. Once again, Miriam spent days stalking the family home until she saw the young woman. When the nanny was arrested, Miriam was reported chasing her on foot, resulting in an injury. Miriam managed to place another one of her daughter's killers behind bars. She's one step closer to achieving her mission. Unfortunately, in May 2017, Miriam Rodriguez was found dead outside her home. On May 10, 2017, Mother's Day in Mexico, Miriam was shot with 13 bullets by the same prisoners who had earlier escaped from jail, the people she put away for abducting and killing her daughter.
The same prisoners that escaped from jail.
Miriam bars. She's one step closer to achieving her mission. Unfortunately, in May 2017, Miriam Rodriguez was found dead outside her home. On May 10, 2017, Mother's Day in Mexico, Miriam was shot with 13 bullets by the same prisoners who had earlier escaped from jail, the people she put away for abducting and killing her daughter. In her quest to seek justice,
she did their fucking job. She put these dogs in the cage. These incompetent dog pound facilities allowed these dogs to escape, and they go get her. That's crazy talk, man. All that work that lady did, and y'all just worked against her.
Miriam Rodriguez became a way shot with 13
put her
bullets.
on a t-shirt. I want a hoodie with Miriam on it. I want a hoodie with Miriam on it. I'm going to get me a hoodie made with Miriam on it.
By the same prisoners who had earlier escaped from jail, the people she put away for abducting and killing her daughter. In her quest to seek justice, Miriam Rodriguez became a symbol of courage and resistance against the criminal underworld, demonstrating the lengths a mother would go for her child and inspiring others to do the same. It was reported by the police that the day Miriam was killed, she was driving home to a small house where Karen once lived. She parked and exited her car. Then, a white Nissan truck pulled up beside her and shot Miriam 13 times. Her husband found her lying on the street with one arm in her purse, reaching for her pistol.
That's right, one arm was in her purse, reaching for her pistol because she was a gangster. Facts.
Miriam died in her car. Then, a white Nissan truck pulled up beside her and shot Miriam 13 times. Her husband found her lying on the street with one arm in her purse, reaching for her pistol. Miriam died on her way to the hospital. Miriam's death created turbulence across Mexico. Authorities scrambled to search for her killers. Shortly after her death, State's Governor Francisco Javier Garcia Cabeza de Vaca tweeted, "The government of Tamaulipas will not allow the death of Miriam Rodriguez to turn into yet another statistic. Hashtag no impunity." Clearly, those who put a hit out on Miriam were afraid of her vigilante activism. Miriam passed away, but her message remains untouched. Her son, Louis, desperately wants to find her mother's killers, but he's afraid of following in his mother's footsteps. Louis stated, "I won't make the same mistakes as my mom."
As for people who ordered the hit, who feared her activism more than they feared the repercussions of unaliving her, they remain shrouded in secrecy. Luis obsessed over who they are. Luis obsessed over who they were. But even he had learned the lesson his mother's unaliving had been meant to impart. Only push so far for justice. I won't make the same mistake as my mom.
Seeing the result of Miriam's pursuit, many people...
She was ready to push wherever she had to push. You know what I'm saying? She was a gangster like that. Yep, facts. Rest in peace, Miriam. Miriam is a very brave woman. Message to many people. Absolutely. And amor de una madre. Facts. Shout out to you, Danny Mendoza. Don't be deterred by fear. I pray that God continues to stir you in the direction of excellence, peace, and blessings. Salutes, April. Appreciate that. That's for you, Danny Mendoza. Rest in peace, Miriam. Facts. That's effed up and corrupt that this woman didn't receive security. And exactly what she told them she needed security about is exactly what was happening. Hey, the men that I put in here, y'all let them out on y'all watch. I need some security now. No, they couldn't even do that. Juan Quintero said it. Cowards. Perfect word for it. That's what got me through my time, mi jefita. Salutes to her then. Miriam had bigger balls than her son. Facts. Shy, I'm with you. I would gladly buy a hoodie and t-shirt with her on it, and hopefully we could do something for her family, bro. I'm so effing serious. Oh, yeah, I didn't mean that I was going to make one to sell it, because, yeah, if I was going to do that, then, you know, I'd make sure somehow, some way, somebody along her line or some kind of, some charity would benefit from it. I just meant in general, I'm a hoodie guy, a t-shirt guy. I put her face on a hoodie, but that's a possibility, too. I could put that out on here. All the more reason to become Kaiser Sose. Man, that is crazy, boy.
People worry that he desperately wants to find her mother's killers, but he's afraid of following in his mother's footsteps. Lewis stated, "I won't make the same mistakes as my mom." Seeing the result of Miriam's pursuit, many people worry they will suffer the consequences of the cartel's vengeance. Though, without a doubt, there are people who are actively pursuing justice in honor of Miriam. Miriam Rodriguez's story is a reminder of the risks and challenges faced by those who dare to confront powerful criminal organizations. Miriam is viewed as a hero in her hometown. She has a bronze plaque dedicated to her at the center.
She should be a hero wherever a cartel or a gang is oppressing the people. She should be a hero in all those places. Danny Mendoza says, "Shaw, you got merch?" Indeed we do, sir. We have Usual Suspects merch and Il Cartel merch. All right, and hopefully working on some other stuff. Here's the link to the Il Shop. You can check it out if you like. Salute. Salute to y'all. Here's the rest of these playlists. Like Crash Out said, he's been digging through some of the stuff that's been done on this channel. I'm sure you guys have not seen it all, so make sure you give it a check out these playlists that we got on the channel. Wow, Miriam a super gangster for real. Here's the invite to the Discord. Make sure you come in the Discord. If your name is not the same as your YouTube name, make sure you let us know what your YouTube name is. Salutes. And here's the Flores Twins exclusives playlist. We have it. That's crazy, man. Crazy. Bananas.
Center Square.
She should be a hero everywhere. Oh, April said, "I know you didn't, Shy. It's just me thinking of nothing." No, I'm with you. I feel you.
Miriam's viewed challenges faced by those who dare to confront powerful criminal organizations. Miriam is viewed as a hero in her hometown. She has a bronze plaque dedicated to her at the Center Square. Miriam's commitment to seeking justice for Karen did not end with her death. A month after her passing, authorities received a crucial tip from Miriam, leading to the arrest of an anonymous woman in Veracruz.
She was still locking these bums up from the grave.
The police pursued the
Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all.
Mother as she attempted to escape San Fernando in a taxi with her son. Shockingly, it was revealed that Karen's captor had subjected her to severe beatings while suspending her from her wrists. Before her death, Miriam Rodriguez had established a group called Colectivo de Desaparecidos de San Fernando, the Vanished Collective, and their purpose was to help others find their missing relatives. Over 600 people had joined the group, but after Miriam's murder, membership in the group started to decline out of concern that they would be the cartel's next victim. Currently, the group is being led by Miriam's son, Luis. Since 2017, crime rates have accelerated in Mexico, and cartel violence has expanded rapidly. In 2020, the police chief, Omar Garcia, suffered 3 gunshot wounds by the Jalisco New Generation cartel. Additionally, the same group was responsible for committing a brutal massacre at the Drug Rehabilitation Center in Guanajuato, resulting in 26 deaths. It goes without saying that Miriam Rodriguez is not a woman of violence and vengeance. Although she sought justice for her daughter's death through excessive means, her actions stem from
She's a woman of any means, by any means.
Love, grief, and justice for her daughter's death through excessive means. Her actions stem from love, grief, and uprightness. Miriam fought for her daughter, Karen, until her last breath. Through her story, we hope to inspire people to stand up against injustice. But most importantly, we want everyone to protect themselves first. Miriam Rodriguez was an honorable hero. May she rest in peace, and may good faith come to her family. They have suffered great losses over the years. This may be the time for recovering and healing. What thoughts?
Salutes to Miriam. Miriam was a gangster. Let's quickly have a moment of silence for Miriam. Miriam was a gangster, man. Damn. What a story. They need to make a movie out of that if they haven't. Who's not producing that? Who's not making that happen? Like, that story needs to be told. Bro, this lady needs to be right next to Malcolm X and Tupac. She done tackled more people than they did. You know what I mean? Oh, God, I know that sounds ridiculous to some, but this woman's a hero for the world over. Facts. Y'all be sure to share a shot with your other social media platforms. Please do. Bradino said facts. When I used to skip... Hold on, man. This shit is... When I used to skip trace, 90% of the subject friends would wrap them out. Be careful on social media, ladies and gents. Rest in peace, Miss. Miriam was a gangster, man. Miriam was a gangster. April said, I swear this ish got me crying real ugly tears, bro. Wow, salutes. Salutes to Miriam, man. I'm going to give me a hoodie with Miriam on it this winter. You know what I mean? That's a face worthy of a t-shirt. Those are actions worthy of a t-shirt. Right? She couldn't even depend on the law. She couldn't depend on the government. She couldn't stand in front of them and ask them out loud for what she needed and get their help. She paid for it with her life. And they go on with their day like nothing, just bureaucracy. Oh, it's politics. All right? Salutes to Miriam. Miriam a gangster. She gets the shirt treatment. All right? She goes up on my Hall of Fame. If I got to make a Hall of Fame, put it in the Discord or something. She going to go up on the Hall of Fame, all right? Even more than the Marino Loco, right? Marino Loco in the game because he's just on the other side of the fence. But her, she had a calling, all right? It was a bloody calling that came to her through her child's life. You know what I mean? And that's crazy. Hold on a second here. What do you tweet? Wow. Shout out to her. Salutes. All right, we've been here 3 hours. I got one more thing I want to cover. The real godmother. Facts. Facts. You know what I mean? They could spice it up in the movie. She could smoke a few of them. They never find them. You know what I'm saying? But whatever. Her story needs to be told. Man on Fire wasn't a true story. That's a true story. She went looking for her baby. She from Tamaulipas, Mexico. Rest in peace, Miriam. Salutes to her. She was the law. She was definitely a gangster. Shit. All right, this next thing we're going to check out, this is the thin gray line. No, the gray line. The story behind the blue line is the name of the channel. I'm going to copy the link address. The channel address and drop it in here. Y'all give them a follow. This is basically a group of retired police officers and dudes that work in different branches of law enforcement. And they are doing an interview with Alex Bugs Marentes from Borderland Beat. All right. The guest Alex Bugs Marentes of Borderland Beat. Alex is the author of Borderland Beat. Borderland Beat reports on the Mexican cartel drug war. Borderland Beat was started in 2009 by Alex, a retired 30-year veteran of the Albuquerque Police Department. Alex has been covering cartel violence in Mexico for years. So, boom, this is Alex giving us his from his sources, from his understanding, from his experience, what he thinks is happening with this whole Mayo situation. And he puts up 4 different options, and it's him and these guys talking. These guys are the same guys that interview Jay every now and then. So make sure y'all give them a follow if that's the kind of content that y'all are into. Salutes. April said facts. She deserves a plaque, a movie. She's a real first lady. Absolutely. Death Wish, Charles Bronson style. She's definitely on my Rushmore. She should be. Look up Don Alejos, A Story 2. He was an old man who didn't want to give up his ranch. He fought off Los Zetas. Listen, man, I wrote a screenplay, and it's funny, too, because I wrote a screenplay, and there's a part in it where this old man with a rusty old revolver comes up to this gangster and pulls it on this gangster, and in Spanish, he's basically telling him, I know what you've been doing, dirty old man. You know what I'm saying? And I hear these stories, and it makes me think of that character that I wrote. This helps, with the psychology of the character that I was writing in that. But I'm going to look into that story. Let's see the last word. What was the last words? Like 7 of them? Yeah. I'm going to check that out. Bro, you have dedicate an entire separate show to Miriam. I mean, this was basic. I don't know what other information we could get, but this is once I edit it, these are 3 individual videos by themselves right here. But we could look more into to Miriam in the future. I'd more like to see who's out there developing that story, because that story needs to be told. Facts. So anyways, Alex is this guy up here. These are the other guys, officers and stuff like that. And Alex is going to share his information. I'd like to speed this up, but there's a lot of pauses in between and stuff like that, and you will lose it in the sauce. I moved up to where, he gave his whole introduction of Mayo and how Mayo came to power and stuff like that, and I got to where we're talking about the news, what's happening now. Again, they give 4 options as to what happened, and to me, it's the same thing we've been hearing from all the experts in the comments that know exactly what happened, So even these guys are still asking the same question. So let's see. Here we go.
Yesterday, I was talking to some of my former liaison guys in Mexicali and some of the Mexicali friends. We all got up on a WhatsApp and I asked them. They're saying that it's very scary. Quiet in Mexicali right now since they arrested Mayo.
Yeah, and you know what? And the reason, and I think, a lot of the things that I'm saying are not confirmed and not verified. Sometimes, I got sources that tell me things, but there's no way to confirm things. But I can tell you that Mayo Zambada controlled, and I'm not talking just having a presence, but he controlled the states of Durango, Sinaloa, Sonora, and Baja California. They were a significant presence in those states. And so, those are the states that are going to, if there is an eruption of violence, those are the states that are going to get heated. And but I think that what's going on right now is that most everyone doesn't really know what happened.
I feel like that too. Like everybody's in a holding pattern trying to figure out what's what, and some know, some don't. I feel like misinformation is going on purpose from this side or that side. Shout out Danny Mendoza said, okay, mis nuevos amigos, I wish you all buenas noches. Gracias, Shai, for connecting us to your channel. Gracias. Salutes to you. I appreciate you for being here. Give some love to Shai, the writer. My mind just be thinking that way, April, all the time. Jonathan said, I can't believe more people don't know about the unfortunate lady and her daughter's story. Ain't that crazy, Jonathan? It's crazy. Today, AMLO confirmed that Joaquin was cooperating with the DEA via Ovidio Guzman, but not Mayo. What it seems like they might be cooking a case on Felipe Calderon through Garcia Luna and all other dudes. I don't know about all that end of that right there, but that top of that sounds like it makes sense. I've been saying from the beginning, I thought Joaquin just made a phone call to the U.S. and said, ya voy, and then brought Buddy with him for leverage. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. But AMLO confirmed, huh? We gotta look into that. Yep, Chucky said, yep, everyone's at a standstill. That's what it felt like to me. But even though things been happening over there. I just ain't been able to report on them. Salutes.
And which is kind of weird because you would think, according to some of the versions of what happened, you would think that would definitely upset some of the cells and some of the what's left of the cartels to get retribution.
Hey Alex, with that said, we're going to go into the next question, and then the last question Chalo will be asking him. Chon will be asking him. Go ahead.
So Alex, so who, and you kind of answer this, who is Joaquin Guzman Lopez? What is his role in the Sinaloa cartel, and what can you tell us about him?
Sure. Joaquin Guzman Lopez, they call him El Güero Moreno, or El Güero or El Moreno. Güero Moreno, they're like contradict each other. But he's a son of El Chapo. He's part of Los Chapitos. and he's the youngest, lowest ranking member of Los Chapitos. You know, he's not. If you look at the brothers, four of them, you know, you have Joaquin, you have Ovidio Guzman Lopez, who is full blood brother of Joaquin Guzman Lopez. And then they're half brothers with Ivan Archibaldo Guzman Salazar and Jesus Alfredo Guzman Salazar, who are the ones that really.
So Ivan and Alfredo are same mother, and Joaquin and Ovidio are same mother. Okay.
Are the higher ranking of the Chapitos. So now you got Ovidio and Joaquin, who are full blood incarcerated in the U.S. They also had a brother, Edgar Guzman Lopez, that was killed in 2008, and he was killed by mistake. You know, he had been traveling into the U.S. and El Chapo had told him not to travel, to stay in Culiacan, but he went to the U.S., came back, and some of the Chapistas, some of the people from Guzman clan saw him, and they thought he might be a Beltran Leiva. That's during the time where they were at a war with the Beltran Leiva.
That's crazy.
And they got the okay from Vicentillo to go ahead and kill him, and they ended up killing Edgar Guzman Lopez. So he was another of the brother of Joaquin and Ovidio. So the thing with the Chapitos, you know, you have Joaquin Ovidio from one mother, who is Griselda Lopez Perez, and then you got Ivan and Jesus that are part of the Salazar clan. So they didn't really grow up together. You know, each one had a different mother. They grew up, so they're not really, you know, although they're family, they're not very tight with being that they're half brothers.
I wonder what Jay would have to say about that analysis. I don't know if you want to go against the homies over here. You know what I'm saying? But you know, the analysis that the brothers were, you know, came up separate, but so not as close as you would think. April says, "Shy, you can try and secure the rights. Let's do it. I'm dreaming big with you because bringing some real ish, bro. I'm gonna DM you some routes so you can take now that I know you write movies. Salutes, I appreciate you." Jonathan said, Univision mentioned the lady saying something about mini leak. When, right now? Fan fund the movie, Shy. Miriam Rodriguez. I'm so moved by her story. The story should be told. Joaquin served up a Mayo on a first-class platter. I think so. I can't believe it's my first time. I'm truly moved by her story. Literally can't stop thinking about it now. Salute, Chucky Chingon. Albert Flores says to drop it in the Discord. Appreciate you, sir. Appreciate Albert Flores always helping push the content forward. Edgar Moreno was Chapo's favorite son, according to Mini Leak. Yeah, Jay said he was a pretty good dude.
But you know, they're loyal to each other. You know, so
regardless how close they are, they're loyal to each other. Well, two of them are in jail right now, and two of them not. So I don't know. Let's see.
Being that they're half brothers.
Hit the like button, y'all.
But you know, they're loyal to each other. You know, so that's interesting to me that Joaquin would be the one that would be involved in this last part of the event, being that, you know, he's the full brother of Ovidio, and so there may be something.
Hey, Alex, so he tried to be the Michael Corleone, right? When Michael Corleone goes and kills the cops and he takes off to Sicily. Same thing with this guy. He figured he'd prove in with Mayo over and just to get some points with Dad, probably in the cartel by.
Ain't no Michael Corleone.
I don't know. There's something in the making. I my personal views. I think there's some deal being worked on. Maybe Chapo's going to be giving a general population or better prison conditions out of this than being locked up 23 hours a day. I don't know. I mean, you don't go and you give them a drug lord, not getting anything back.
Hey, Alex, I think you're going to talk about it right now to the next question. But before we do, before he'll ask you the next question, Chalo, before he asks you the next question, can you also talk about the young man that took him or that supposedly brought him across the border, Guzman Lopez? It's his godfather. Chapo was his godfather, correct? Can you talk about that? Mayo, I'm sorry. Mayo was his godfather, right?
Mayo,
He trusted the kid. Yeah.
Yeah, Mayo is his godfather, and in fact, I heard someone told me that he was the one that has the closest Mayo had the closest relationship with him of all the Chapitos because that was his godfather. And in the Mexican culture, you're always very your godfather is like your father, so you tend to be closer. I remember, I had a godfather, and he would bring me gifts during Christmas, and he wasn't even related to our family. He just was a compadre of my dad because he baptized me and he became my godfather. So they tend to have a kind of like fatherly connection. So I think he, in a way, back to what we were talking about, is he probably had some trust with.
Oh, without a doubt,
for sure.
Yeah, go ahead, Chalo, with the next one.
I just picked up on something there, David. You call me Chon.
Chalo.
Maybe I remind you of somebody that goes, "Hey, why don't you give me some chon?" Or something like that. Or I don't know. I don't know, David.
You gotta relax.
Hey, another fellow.
All right, while they're laughing, we going to the chat. That would be great insight for ordinary people. It's like that sometimes. Salutes. Shy, today, can I send you a link if you want to check it out later? Go ahead. Is it pertaining to this? Go ahead, drop it in the inbox. Salutes. Chucky said, what about the Chinese cartel? Maybe there's a bigger fish? Who knows, man? Quite possible. The Chinese connection. The one supplying fatty. I wouldn't doubt it. According to Oakland, the brothers didn't get along well in the beginning. Salutes. Love mom. Love mama. When they busted Sandra Avila Beltran, they busted a Chinese millionaire with 3 types of money: yen, Mexican, and American. This was 2011. I don't see him, Jonathan. Who? Where? Who's dividing and conquering? What are you talking about? Drop a name. Where they at? Where they at? They in the Discord? What are we talking about here? Hold on, man. In the Discord, I gotta look at this. You gotta relax. Oh yeah, no, 404 Fool is cool. He had the same name, but we're stepping on each other. I can't even read all this right now, but speaking of, I don't see it, bro. Where? Am I missing something? Is there a name? No, his name is 404 Fool there, and it's 404 Fool over here. We gotta get this. We gotta get these rules in order so that there's no confusion. Salutes, but I appreciate everybody trying their best. But we're stepping on each other around here. But I don't see what you're talking about, Jonathan. Your vid sucks. No, your vid sucks is always here. What did he say about the twins? He didn't say nothing. I don't even see nothing. Shout out your vid sucks. What's going on here? What the fuck is happening? According to Oakland, the brothers didn't get along well in the beginning. You're tripping, Jonathan. Y'all trigger happy as fuck. I don't know what's happening here. He's not talking about the twins. He's talking about the Chapitos. That there's two different sets of brothers. Salutes, Jonathan. El Padrino said, I apologize, but growing up in Pilsen, it's extremely hard to trust cops. I don't doubt it. I don't trust them either. All right, salutes. I'm gonna get back to it. Yeah, well, I'll talk to y'all in the Discord when this is over. Salutes. Yo. Oh shit. I'm tweaking. I apologize. I'm sorry. It's all good. Woo wee.
Popeye pretty soon.
Oh, that was a good one, Chamo. You know what? Maybe you did, Holmes. Maybe you did.
I told you, bro. Yeah, you did. Hey, don't mess up. Don't mess up, David. Don't mess up.
I think so.
All right, man. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we gotta keep it going here. We gotta keep it. I miss you guys, man. I haven't been with you guys for a while. So
Yeah.
Let's say blood in, blood out.
guys. Okay, so hey, Alex, so what happened on July 25th this year in El Paso? The arrest of both men. What are you hearing? What are you hearing? And in your opinion, based on your expertise, which story is more credible with what you've heard and what you think? I mean, there's all kinds of stuff going on. There's about a thousand stories going on what could have happened.
Yeah. Yeah, on July 25th, I would say around 6 p.m., I got a call from one of our reporters that's in Mexico. And he tells me, hey, I just heard that they arrested Mayo Zambada in El Paso. And but he was afraid to post anything because, he didn't have enough information to get a confirmation. But he wanted me to talk to someone over here. I live in Albuquerque, so I'm not real far from El Paso. I grew up in El Paso, lived in El Paso for some time. But, I'm from Juarez, so that's the other side of the border. But I do know some people that work with federal law enforcement. I don't want to say, reveal too much information on that because I don't want to, violate the trust from people that talk to me. Well,
no worries, if it sucks, you all good. It was all miscommunication, misidentification, all of that. Tupacalypse, salutes. It's all good. Salutes, Jonathan. Everybody just, we on edge. Nah, you good, Jonathan. It's all good. Version 1, both Mayo and Joaquin turned themselves in voluntarily.
But I started making some phone calls. And that was maybe around 6 p.m. on July 25th. And someone told me. And then by the time they got back to me, we found out that not just Mayo Zambada, but Joaquin Guzman Lopez was also arrested in Santa Teresa point of entry. There's a small airport there, and it's not that far from El Paso. It's on the outskirts of El Paso, but it's not in El Paso. It's in New Mexico, Santa Teresa. So he started to tell me some things, early on, when we were starting to get information as to what was going on. And he told me that he found it interesting, and he's not directly involved in the operation, but he was there to provide support to the arrest. So he told me that when he got there, the airplane was, and this was after, he's not telling me live or as it happened, but he told me that the airplane was going to taxi or was just landed at the airport, and he had told me that he had heard that from people there that they knew Joaquin was in the airplane, and that as it was in flight, that they told them that Chapo was also in the airplane. So they went to the airport.
Mayo.
If you notice, there's, if you look at some of the pictures, there's really no, you don't see that huge presence if this was going to be something that needed a lot of security. I mean, there was.
Which sells to the idea that they thought Joaquin would be there, but they had no clue Mayo would be there. He's saying it would have been more of a police presence.
Law enforcement, mostly the FBI and DEA and some of HSI people and Border Patrol were there. But, it wasn't huge. And he told me they ended up taking in custody of Joaquin and Mayo,
Mayo.
Zambada. So that's the only thing that I know for sure that happened. You know, they landed this airplane in Santa Teresa, and they were both in the airplane and a pilot, which is another mystery who this pilot is. But let's talk about version one. You know, and there's going to be about 5 versions I'm going to go through. And the only reason I'm going to do it this way is because I don't even know what happened. I don't think anyone can say 100% that they know what happened because we haven't.
I agree. Nobody can say
received-
100%
no one
that they know what happened.
has received any official information as to what exactly happened by the U.S. government. You know, they gave some timeline of the aircraft that is very consistent with what this guy told me. You know, that the plane came from Mexico, most likely, and I'm hearing Hermosillo, possibly Culiacan, and of course the U.S. No transponder, the transponder, whatever it has in the airplane, the instruments were turned off, so Mexico was not able to track the airplane. The U.S. knew it was coming, so they allowed it to land.
The U.S. knew it was coming
from abroad. They allowed it to land into Santa Teresa, U.S. oil, and in the airplane were Mayo and Joaquin. Now, Luis Chaparro, who is a journalist in the U.S., covers a lot of the Mexican cartel. He was one of the first ones to come out and give some information as to what happened. And he says that he had been talking to the son of Mayito Flaco, who is a son of Mayo, and this the son of Mayito Flaco is the grandson of El Mayo, and that this the grandson had told him that he said he had been talking to him for a while already, in other occasions, and he told him that both Mayo and Joaquin decided to turn themselves in for different reasons. Mayo, his reason was that he's very sick. He's got diabetes and cancer, and he doesn't think he's going to live long, and wanted to see his sons who live in the U.S. I mean, and that one, it doesn't. To me, it just doesn't seem like something that Mayo would do. Turn yourself in just to do a family reunion and see your sons. It's not a guarantee. And he's he's a millionaire. He's very wealthy, and his sons, Vicente traveled to Europe, so they're not like incarcerated. I'm sure there's other ways Mayo can see his sons if he really wanted to. So I don't know if that's something that would fit with my, just trying to evaluate it, analyze how the recent.
Hey, Alex, do you mind? This is the email that supposedly he shared with the media that he was talking with. Can you translate it? Would you like me to translate it for those that it's in Spanish?
Go ahead and translate. Go ahead and translate.
Okay. El Mayito Flaco, which we're going to see a picture of him right now. He's going to talk about him at the end of the show. He tells that this reporter, he goes, "Que se viene? You can't wait to see what's coming." And then
Wait. That's supposedly not Mayito Flaco talking. That's Mayito Flaco's son talking. The grandson, not the son. And another thing, if your grandfather just got snatched, right, which is the source of your power, you probably tell Luis Chaparro the same story. Oh, my grandfather went over there to handle some business. He a gangster. While you panicking at the crib because they done snatched him up, and what's next? Who knows? Possible. You know what I mean? Hermosillo 3 hours away is popping up. Echelon's back. Alex is a friend of mine as well. Rogelio Aguilar. Hey, bro. Nod your head at the twins worth hundreds of millions. You're not nodding your head. You got your hands up, Rogelio. That's what you came to say? Okay, thanks. April said, yo, I never thought about that. Perhaps the U.S. government hijacked the plane by switching pilots with one of their people. Nah, man. I don't think the U.S. government hijacked, switched nothing. They knew who was gonna fly. They knew who was supposed to be on that plane, and it turned out to be a sweeter deal than they imagined. That's what I think. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Good night, El Padrino. And they said a reporter, but it's a nephew. No, it's the grandson talking to Luis Chaparro. That's supposedly Luis Chaparro, the reporter he's talking about, no? Seen these gentlemen before. Jay's interviews. I get a kick from their West Coast, Southwest accent. Yeah. Yeah, I check out some of their stuff sometimes too. But let's say the day after that happened, the Mexican government had mentioned that on the flight manifest stated that only 2 people were in the plane, and they mentioned the plane number was registered to a business guy that flew out of Sonora to hunt. Well, from my understanding, the numbers was changed on that plane and everything. I don't believe it's Mayito Flaco's son. It could be his daughter's son, and he probably don't even know what the hell going on, what he talking about. So we shall see. They left out of Culiacan recently, today.
A reporter responds, I don't know. Tell me what's going on. And he goes, you know that my grandfather, and he's talking about his grandfather, is very sick. And it's his obsession. That's his obsession and his goal in life, su anhelo, to see his son Vicente and his other son, Mayito Gordo. And he says, not everybody has the balls to do what he's going to do. That's basically says, eso no lo hace cualquiera. Basically, that's what it means. Not everybody has the balls to do what he's going to do. And that's where he's saying that he was talking to him, correct, Alex?
Yes.
Okay.
And then in thinking about Joaquin, what is his, why would he turn himself in? What is, and it was mentioned earlier that, he may have reasons to turn himself in. Number one is making a deal, right? On behalf of him for a reduced sentence, on behalf of his brother, Ovidio, and his father and Chapo, getting more freedom while he's incarcerated. So that could be, a reason why Joaquin might want to do that, So the thing with that is that Joaquin's attorney, the attorney that's representing him in Chicago, did say that Joaquin did not make a deal. And that can mean 2 things. One is that he has not made a deal yet, and he's hoping that will help him make a deal. That kind of thing. So that's the thing with that one. Jose Luis Gonzalez Mesa, who's a longtime Mexican attorney of the Guzman family. He's the one that has been the mouthpiece of the Guzman family in Mexico. He's never represented the Guzman family in the U.S., but he's one that, for example, he protested when Chapo was extradited to the U.S. He tried to get a visa for Chapo's mother to visit him, and he thanked López Obrador on behalf of the family for releasing Ovidio during the first Culiacanazo. So, but he wrote a letter that he published saying that they surrendered voluntarily. That for 4 years, both families have been in talks with the U.S. authorities.
I keep hearing that in the comments. For 4 years, they've been working the same deal. And then they'll try to correct the video here and be like, oh, they landed in El Paso, not in New Mexico. They got it wrong. It's like, no, he said it. Santa Teresa's in Mexico. Right down the street from El Paso.
For an eventual surrender, and that day was the day. So those are some that for 4 years, both families have been in talks with the U.S. authorities for an eventual surrender, and that day was the day. So those are some of the main ones. There's others. There's so many people making all kinds of claims, but that was the other one that that attorney Mesa wrote a letter on behalf of the, apparently on behalf of the familia. Then you got version 2. The version 2 is going to be that Mayo was tricked and lured by Joaquin Guzman. And there was, Mike Vigil, he's a retired DEA, lives here in Albuquerque where I live, and I've version 2. And I've known him for quite a while, but he gave his own opinion. He's saying that he's spoken with sources within DEA that have given him information, and his version is that he doesn't believe that Mayo was taken by force. That they went looking for property, possibly looking for land to scout for a clandestine landing strip, and that while they were near the border, and while they were doing that, then Joaquin made a deal with federal forces, and he flew he had the pilot fly the airplane into the U.S. And there's a couple of things with that right away hit me. And number one is Mayo asked Joaquin, but mostly Mayo, who's a very powerful drug lord, he does not travel with security. He has a lot of security, and this airplane can carry at least 6 people. So if he was going to go looking for land to find a secret landing strip, I'm sure he would have taken security. He wouldn't have gone alone. Number one. Number two is, I don't think Mayo, with his health and his age, is going to be jumping on an airplane to go look for land. He's going to get someone else to do it for him. And I had heard someone somewhere a long time ago that Mayo's actually afraid to fly in airplanes. He'd rather go on land. So that's one of his fears with that. So those are some of the things that I noticed.
All right. So somebody asked, why you got to tie down that old man? Why you got to zip tie him? Well, he's not a threat. That's what everybody said. Well, maybe they had to tie him down because he's fiercely afraid of airplanes and probably had a fit. Who knows? But don't be offended, that your superhero might be afraid of heights. It happens. Fat Joe used to tour in a tour bus religiously because he did not mess with airplanes. Only until in his older age did he start messing with airplanes. So maybe he was tied up because he's scared of airplanes and they had to simmer him down.
We have some, bearing on what Mr. Vigil is saying. The other one is Anabel Hernandez. That has a version that she's claiming that she's actually spoken with agents that were part of the operation.
This version 3?
No, we're still on version 2.
Okay.
And it's very similar to Mike Vigil's, but a little different. And she says that she's been, she's got sources from within the DEA that were part of the operation, and they have given her information. And she says that the FBI have been in talks with Joaquin for about a year in trying to capture Mayo Zambada. And that Joaquin was able to convince Mayo to get aboard on the plane to go attend a meeting. And then he was taken to the U.
Yeah, Eddie, I think that's a misunderstanding or misremembering or something, because if I recall correctly, Jade told me the story how we know it. Might have to check that video again, but salutes. I think that's misunderstood. Upper Echelon said he wasn't scared of planes. Okay, all right. It's just, Buddy brought it up. I was just expanding on that. Salutes. Yeah, they have it on lockdown now. I'm sure Upper Echelon gave us the pieces. Just got to put them together now.
U.S. And the only thing is that I haven't really...
That says, but if Joaquin is in jail already, don't you think they're not going to give him a good deal unless he keeps on working with the govs? So why bring Mayo and expect a good deal just for bringing him? I don't know. To me, that's extra leverage if you're asking me, having Mayo, aside from whatever he could give him. Just saying, this guy reporting might not be all there. I don't know, man. I've gotten to the point where I trust everybody a little bit. Or not at all. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know what nobody's saying. I hear a lot of talk. I'm just a lowly MC, actor, YouTuber. What do I know?
Heard her say, and I've heard her. She's been making her rounds, doing interviews, but I haven't heard her say, you know.
I think this guy said it was mistaken identity too. I don't know. Not worth going back for it.
If eventually he was taken against his will or force was used or whatever. So at this point, you know, her story is very similar to what Mike Vigil said. So that's the other version too, right there.
Hey Alex, on this version 2 one, I mean, one of the things on the airplane, those pictures were those from the actual airplane? The ones we showed earlier, the airplane.
Yeah. On the airplane, just to give you guys some background on the airplane, that has become an item of contention with the airplane and the flight. Mexico has been in the dark. You know, they recently got some information. That's the airplane right there. They got some information recently from the U.S. Embassy that gave them some the timeline. But initially, Mexico government did a press conference where they named the pilot, and they showed the picture of the airplane that took off from Hermosillo on July 25th, and that wasn't the plane, and that wasn't the pilot. Some dude that goes to Hermosillo to go fishing and hunting, and travels a lot to Hermosillo, was there for a different reason. He just happened to be flying out of there into the U.S. And so he's very, very. They've done interviews with him. His name is Larry Parker, and he's from
Larry.
He's from New Mexico. I can't remember the name. I think by Carlsbad, somewhere over there in that area. And so he's very concerned for his safety because he travels a lot over there. And since then, they've kind of moved away from that comment, but they haven't corrected it. So, so that's another thing with the airplane. That airplane that you're showing, that's the one, and you can see the green tape where it was sealed and inspected. Those numbers do not belong to that plane. In fact, these airplanes, when they put the number on the plane, it's got to be painted, and this one is not. It's kind of like a sticker that they put on.
It's something you go to a hardware store and get those
letters. Yeah.
Letters. So I think that there's some questions. The thing that remains that the U.S. has not talked, which is kind of strange, is they haven't talked about who that airplane belongs to, because it's hard to identify without having the right markings. And the pilot, what happened to the real pilot that flew? Was he one of Joaquin's guys?
He's a ghost.
A U.S. Government operative? Nobody knows, and nobody knows because nobody hasn't mentioned it. I would think that if he was one of Joaquin's pilots, they would have secured him, arrested him, and mentioned it.
Hey, Alex, one of the things when I was looking at the pictures is that there's no guns.
No,
there's no. I mean, if I'm going to carry the number one drug cartel person in Mexico, and the family of Chapo, there would be at least 1 or 2 guns in that plane.
Bro, I disagree, bro. I'm turning myself in, bro. There's a pilot that's taking me to turn myself in. I done called them. They're meeting me at the airstrip. I'm turning somebody in. What I need straps for? Why I need hammers? With this old man.
Nothing.
Or security. A security.
So to me, I'm leaning towards more number version 1, as in these guys had made an agreement to hop on a plane and like you said, an agency somebody put down an agency pilot from FBI, DEA, or somebody, CIA goes out there. They hop on the plane, gives them a ride over here. It's they frisk the guys, they make sure they got no weapons, they get on the plane and say, okay, we're gonna go.
States, bro. You know what I'm saying? With hammers on the plane.
We're gonna land in El Paso, and you're gonna start where you got to start.
Hey, Alex, can you describe, like right now, this is the pilot seat, correct?
His security was unalived, but again, before they even got to the airplane, you know what I'm saying? That happened. People keep acting like Mayo walked onto that plane by his own free will, and this guy's looking for guns on the plane.
At the cockpit, but the pilot seat.
The cockpit, yeah. Okay. Now the next.
I'm trying to tell you, I'm taking it easy on your boys, man.
You're gonna start where you got to start.
Hey, Alex, can you describe, like right now, this is the pilot seat, correct?
At the cockpit, but the pilot seat.
April said 18 when Mr. T had to be sedated, knocked out cold to fly. This was definitely structured, high-powered operation. It was not any old run of muck dummies. Mr. T, that shit was funny.
The cockpit, yeah. Okay. Now the next picture, that looks like a gas mask, where it looks like an oxygen mask, right?
Oxygen mask. That's the mask. So I had someone tell me that someone that has a different version of what happened, and he told me that Mayo was taken against his will, and he was secured in the airplane.
Somebody just let off 9 shots.
And he was that Mayo was taken against his will, and he was secured in the airplane, and he was because of his age, and he was having some panic issues. They put the oxygen mask on him.
With nitrous oxide to
you probably knock him out.
Yeah. And then the next
there you go, April. They got the mask to knock his ass out like Mr. T. Upper Echelon said, hey, bro, did you hear that Mayo's going to be prosecuted in Brooklyn? I did not. No sleep till Brooklyn. April, facts. You old to remember 18, one of my favorite shows. Dang, you just going to call her old upper Echelon? Sheesh, you better be careful, boy. These wrenches will come after you for going at April like that. Call her old, man. They said they found 39 unalived sicarios at one of El Mayo's hideouts. It was on a Mexican news channel. Salutes.
Picture, what is...
Jonathan said, I heard something about it could be a Fast and Furious operation all over again, but I don't know what that Fast and Furious operation was. I probably should do a whole live one day on that Fast and Furious shit.
Is that
too?
Like little baggy?
That's Doritos, bro.
Snacks.
Doritos. Yeah.
That's Doritos. I know Doritos when I see them.
They stopped at the version of Circle K, the XXO.
And the Oxxo.
So
they had snacks, okay? And then this one, well, that's from the Oxxo, 7-Eleven.
Yeah, so that one's interesting. I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And you have...
zip ties.
I sent you a picture of Mayo when they took a picture, and we immediately noticed some bruising and ligature markings on his wrist. And, and the allegation is that he was secured with zip ties, and they found him on the airplane. So that's what they found in the airplane, too, that bag with zip ties.
All right, so theory number 3, let's go to that.
So let's go to version number 3. And basically, Mayo was abducted by force by Joaquin Guzman Lopez. Mayo Zambada's attorney, basically, that's going to be Mayo Zambada's attorney. That's going to be Frank
Perez, right?
Frank Perez. Frank Perez that said that Mayo was not did not voluntarily turn himself in. And I think I sent you the...
Crash Out said he was eating Doritos, but he has diabetes. Bro, them Doritos wasn't for him. He wasn't eating shit. He was eating sleep. Who's?
the picture of his statement.
Yeah, I have it right here. His legs were tied and a black bag was placed over his head. He was then thrown into the back of a pickup truck and taken to a landing strip. There
Yes.
he was forced onto a plane, his legs tied to the seat by Joaquin. Frank
Yes.
Perez, attorney for El Mayo Zambada.
Yes, and there's another, and he said more than that, but there's a version here where he said, my client neither surrendered nor negotiated any terms with the U.S. government. Joaquin Guzman Lorena, which is supposed to be Lopez, forcibly kidnapped my client. He was ambushed, thrown to the ground, and handcuffed by 6 men in military uniforms. And Joaquin, his legs were tied, and a black bag was placed over his head. He was then thrown into the back of a pickup truck and taken to a landing strip. There, he was forced into a plane, his legs tied to the seat by Joaquin and brought to the U.S. against his will. The only people on the plane were the pilot, Joaquin, and my client. So that was the statement from the Mayo's attorney, Frank Perez. So that's the other version of he was taken against his will. The one version that is very interesting is that was published by Ioan Grillo and Juan Alberto Cedillo, and they go into a lot of detail on how.
That's the one we read. I don't know if we even read it. Did we? Yeah, we read Ian Grillo's article and we watched his video. Yeah, his wrist did look chafed and had some kind of ligature mark on his arm. While I remember the news outlet, I'm trying to find it. I think we would have seen more about it on the interwebs if that was true.
How they were able to capture Mayo. And basically what they said is that Mayo was lured to a meeting in Sinaloa with Joaquin Guzman Lopez, and who was the envoy of, who was the representative for the Chapitos.
President said, trust me, the last thing he was hungry.
And a prominent Sinaloa politician. And the name of that politician, who is a former mayor of Culiacan, his name is Hector Melesio Cuen. And what's interesting about Hector Melesio Cuen is he was killed that night of July 25th. But he never, according to Grillo, he never met with Mayo. So speculations are circulating that the ex-mayor was killed because he had some part to do with the abduction of Mayo. So they were to meet. They met at this house at Huertos de Pedregal. I've been there. It's a real nice place. It's in the outskirts of Culiacan. And gunmen of Guzman Lopez ambushed Mayo and overpowered 4 bodyguards. And that, they're saying that they're possibly killed. Another bodyguard and a personal assistant of Mayo, they were in a separate vehicle. They managed to escape. The gunmen at that point bounded of Mayo, took him about 22 miles in a car to a ranch of Lazareto, which is not that far, and is still very close to Culiacan. Mayo was forced into a plane and flown north, possibly to Hermosillo. In Hermosillo, and you can see that chart there, he possibly boarded another airplane, and then he flew to Santa Teresa, which is in New Mexico, very near El Paso, about 4 p.m. on July 25th. They got this information from a operative that was part of the security team of Mayo that is currently incarcerated in Mexico. And so, of course, that tells me right away that he wasn't a direct witness, but he was apparently told the story by someone else. The thing that really caught my interest was that this source that talked to Grillo, he claims that U.S. agents were at the house in Culiacan when Mayo was kidnapped. And the source described the agents as nuestros vecinos, our neighbors. And that's typically a cartel term for American narcs, like narcs that are in Mexico, but they're Americans. But Grillo goes on to say that they did not specify what agency these agents were from.
Yeah, smash that like button.
So that's pretty much the version of Grillo, that he was taken by force. His Mayo's security were possibly killed, and then he was transported to an airstrip and then flown into Santa Teresa.
Hey, Alex, you're an expert when it comes to cartels, without a doubt. You've been working them for over 20 years. I mean, you're an expert. Out of the four versions, which one do you believe, not 100%, but do you believe is the truth? Out of the four versions.
Yeah, and it's hard to really speculate because of all these, circumstances, But I think my opinion, if anything, is going to be that he was probably somehow lured or tricked into getting on the airplane. And somehow, they had to use, Joaquin had to use some force. Another thing that I find
I don't understand why that man had to be tricked to get on any airplane. If you stripped him of his power, which is his security, nobody knows you got him. You drag that man on the airplane. Why does everybody got to give a reason for him to walk himself on that airplane to be tricked or something? Like, I don't get it. 8%, I'm telling my age. You telling my age. Who are these old heads? Crash Out. They are law enforcement, different branches of law enforcement, retired.
Like this version with force, that kind of bothers me a lot is that the Juan Alberto Cedillo, the other reporter with Grillo, mentioned that Mayo was beat up by Joaquin on their way to Santa Teresa, and if you look at Mayo, he doesn't have no injuries, and he's he's an older, fragile, ill man, and he doesn't have any type of visible injuries other than the bruises on his wrist, from being tied up. So, man, I have a hard time trying to figure out what exactly happened because of all these holes, all these like dead ends, that it's hard to, there's times where I think, this is probably what happened right here.
Lupe don't just be over here. Lupe be over there too. Culiacan would be a war zone if Mayo would have been abducted.
And then I'm thinking maybe this happened here, and it's just so confusing without really knowing. But the things that I know for sure is that Joaquin had a role in taking Mayo to the U.S.
Lupe here.
Shout out Glenn Denton on the subscription. Appreciate you.
Has a point. Culiacan would be a war zone right now if Mayo would have been abducted. Do you believe that's true?
Could be, yeah. Especially with Mayito Flaco, Mayito Flaco is the son of Mayo Zambada, who's the right-hand man of Mayo. Mayito Flaco is not new to Cartel. He's been right alongside of Mayo directing the Cartel for at least 3-4 years that I know. And, and I think Mayito Flaco would take issue with that.
Glenn Denton just subscribed on YouTube.
Shout out Glenn Denton. Salute.
The relationship with the Mayitos and Mayo was already strained, when they testified against the Chapo. And, you got Ivan and Alfredo left, Guzman, Alfredo and Ivan Guzman Salazar, they're still in Culiacan, but I'm starting to wonder if perhaps Joaquin just went on his own, even without even consulting with Jesus and Ivan. Who knows? So there's a lot of factors.
That's what I'm saying. It's a million different ways it could have gone, but everybody's so sure. He could have pulled the gangster move on his own. His brothers all could have planned it. They could have tripped into this. It could have landed in their lap. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? Good interview. It's interesting. Bro, even if they wanted to raise hell in Culiacan right now, they got over 400 special forces soldiers there right now. They would get massacred. The way they were divided right now, they wouldn't stand a chance. And I feel like that's what it is. They all know that it's literally a Mexican standoff. Everybody got their guns pointed at each other. So nobody want to make the move right now,
And reasons. There has been some violence. Yesterday there was 9 people killed in Culiacan.
5 in the morning.
And of course, there's always people getting killed over there. So it's kind of hard to say if that was related to what happened. But I don't think we're going to see like the type of violence we saw, for example, during the Culiacanazo, where you had
that's what people are expecting. That's what everybody's waiting for. Everybody's out for blood. They want the Culiacanazo style. They want to be able to see it. That's like cartel WrestleMania for these cartel addicts. You know what I'm saying? So they keep screaming, why isn't it burning? Why aren't innocent people being unalived? Why isn't it on fire? Like, come on, what you waiting for? You know what I'm saying? You ready for the main event? Zoraida, I believe they waived that whole lawyer situation. I don't know, but I think they explained it to you. Salutes. Rilo said, I watched their stuff. They know their shit. A lot of experience. Imagine the connections and friendships they have. I recommend watching the show. Salutes. Shah, I heard somewhere that a Mexican general or government official had Mayo meet him, but no showed. That's why he felt comfortable showing up alone, but I don't know anything about that life. Well, that same government official was unalived that night. So the meeting never happened, right? He got snatched up, but it was probably why. It could have been a part of how he got snatched up. That man was unalived. I believe we asked Jay what that man's motivation would be to set that up. Jay said they might quite possibly could have snatched up some of his family and pushed him to do it, So again, it's not like there was no bloodshed. That man, that specific government official, former mayor, was done up that night.
Sicarios on the street, kind of like in masses at war. I think it's going to be very direct and, if anything, how it's been going.
You know what, Alex? This segues into the last question, which is the aftermath. Now that Mayo's here, Joaquin is here, you mentioned that the new leaders for the Sinaloa cartel, we have a picture of them, is Ivan Archibaldo, Jesus Alfredo, and then Chapo's real brother, Guano. But also on Mayo's side, you mentioned Ismael Zambada, Sicarios. We have their picture up. Tell us a little bit about him. Is that his grandson, his nephew, or his son, Mayo's son, the one that's taking over?
That's his son.
That's his son, El Flaco. That's him right there in the picture, correct?
Yeah. That's Mayito Flaco. And that's, he's been involved in the cartel for at least 4 years alongside Mayo. So he's been active. And so Anabel Hernandez, I was listening to an interview this morning, and she was talking about Mayito Flaco had told, she heard it from another source, that Mayito Flaco had told his dad, Mayo Zambada, not to attend this meeting. It was too risky or dangerous, and Mayo went anyways. So I think, Mayito is definitely going to take the lead. He inherited quite an operation from Mayo. You know, Mayo controls Durango, he controls Sonora, he controls, of course, Sinaloa, and then he controls to a degree and very strongly, in Sonora, and then he controls Baja California.
Baja California, yeah.
Like Tijuana, you know, that is fragmented, but, you know, Mayo has very strong, meaningful influence in Tijuana. So that's something that he's going to have to step up, you know, and try and take control. You know what happens, as you guys know, whenever you get a drug lord that's taken out, there's like a vacuum where all these, you know, you know, either they can be someone very close to the drug lord, or even,
ooh, look at my golden diamond gun.
Many times a plaza boss that tries to take control. And that's how it's been with Sinaloa for a long time since El Chapo was arrested. Very fragmented, you know, and it's going to be fragmented even further more with now that Mayo's gone. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I mean, we haven't seen the violence that we expected, but there's a lot of dynamics on
Look at this guy over here. Look at this guy. Huh? They don't clap him over there.
Working out. I mean, no one really knows exactly what happened, and there's a lot of versions, a lot of people, you know, coming out and saying different versions of what happened. So I think this is adding to the confusion. Even the Mexican government doesn't even know the details of specifically what happened. So,
hey, Alex, so I think this confusion on them is what's keeping them from the violence yet, because they're all being real careful to make sure that they don't screw up, because you can't undo a homicide, a mass homicide, you know. So I think they're just waiting to see what really happened. I mean, and that's another thing I was going to tell you. Border Patrol buddies are telling me that their body carriers, the people coming across illegally, there's not that much dope coming across like there was for a while. So that has even gone down here in our area, our sector.
Yeah, one of the things that happened especially with fentanyl, you know, that the DA has really gone really hardcore on the fentanyl trafficking, is that they put a lot of pressure on the Chapitos, who were the main distributors of fentanyl, but so was El Mayo, you know, and the Chapitos, they decided, you know, that's a whole different story, but they decided that they were going to do this PR where they banned the traffic and distribution of fentanyl in Sinaloa, which is BS. There was still trafficking going on. They ended up killing a couple of the independent cooks, manufacturers of fentanyl, and basically left the fentanyl and a sign saying that this is going to happen to anyone that's trafficking fentanyl, and that was a lot of a PR. And they kept a low profile, you know, with a lot of the operations in Sinaloa. As a result, there was some decline. I think it was all over, you know, in Sonora and in California and Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, decline of trafficking. And I think that there's probably going to be more of that until they decide and they realign who's going to be in charge. You know, Mayo was a huge president, a huge leader in the Sinaloa enterprise, you know, so it's going to be interesting to see if Maito Flaco or anyone, whoever comes forward. And Maito Flaco is the only one left. You know, you get the other sons are in the U.S. under the witness protection. You know, the other one I didn't mention, that's also a son of Mayo, is Serafin Zambada Ortiz, El Cera, who's a U.S. citizen and was actually arrested a while back trying to bring in a load of meth through the border in, I think it was Tijuana. And he deserved time, and now he's released, but I don't think he's on the witness protection. I had a witness tell me that during the hearing for Mayo in El Paso, he was there.
This
And
we
he's the
know because
youngest
we
of
saw the pictures of him and his sister there. Albert Flores, I watched one where they showed it and they claimed Chapo's son and Mayo had men hiding out there together before this happened.
the sons of El Mayo. So, and I don't know if he'll play a role, so who knows what's going to happen at this point. All of us are watching very close, see how it develops.
These guys with all these connections, with all these people they talk to, they just as who knows as the comments are, but the comments ain't who knows. The comments are I know. And it's like, man, nobody really knows, man. You can speculate. So far, everything what the twins, what Jay said, has been coming to fruition. So we'll see. Drop it on Discord. There's a bunch of clickbait, Albert, but there's one story out there. Evidently, you and Rilo and Cash Out saw it. So, Cash Out. Look at, see, I wish some money on you. Crash Out. If you run back into that article, drop it in the Discord too. April says, sound like U.S. involvement where we trick gangs into each other. In the meanwhile, our government reaps the benefit. Yeah, you pick the leader you want in line, and then you sway the war in his direction.
Well, one thing for certain is that the fragmentation of Sinaloa is going to get worse.
Mm-hmm.
Look for some of these cells, some of these plaza bosses that try to do their own thing. So that's.
Hey, Alex, I know you're going to be coming back in about 3 weeks. You mentioned that Benny already has you written down. But you know what, man? We really appreciate you being with us today. It was enlightening. I mean, everybody, all the texts that we're receiving. I mean, it was very enlightening. Thank you very much. And I think in about 3 weeks, I believe 3 or 2 weeks, you're coming back. I think that a lot of things are going to transpire between now and then, and you'll have more things to share with us. But with that said, Chalo, any last words for Alex?
No, just hey, thanks a lot. It's always a pleasure to have you on, and can't wait to have you again.
Thank you for having me.
Be safe.
Thank you, sir.
Big Sean, any last words for Alex?
Yeah, thank you, Alex. It was very interesting. And
thank you, Alex. Salutes. The gray line behind the thin blue line, I believe is what it is. I put their link in the chat. Salutes to them. So again, everybody's asking the same questions that everybody's asking Jay. Everybody's got the same theories that we had a dude get in the comments talking about, man, I know this common sense and this. Gave me a big list. I told him, are you going to be prepared to eat that list if you come back and you're wrong? He said yes. Then he mouthed off his list, and I said, it's no different than what I'm hearing in the comments. Everybody knows something, but nobody knows nothing. I don't know ish. That's why I say hearsay. Mr. Nice Guy, salutes. Mr. Nice Guy, watch. Salutes. All right, man. We made it to it'll be roughly 4.5 hours since we started this. I want to thank y'all because I didn't, again, YouTube frustrated me today and it pushed my live back a couple of hours. I wanted to do this earlier, but it happened how it happened. I'm glad I eventually did go live. I appreciate y'all for hanging out. We got through the Alex Pereira situation, and I don't know, man. I don't know how motivated I feel to edit these things into single things, but then I look at somebody like Miriam and it's like I have to cut that piece and put that out. But we got through the Alex Pereira allegations. I seen nothing but red flags in that whole situation. I hope he lawyers up, gets himself together, and I hope old girl gets the help that she needs, because if indeed she's lying, she's extremely dangerous. We got through Miriam Hernandez. Salutes to Miriam. May she rest in peace. He was a gangster. He was a soldier. Salutes to you. And we got through these guys who everybody is still speculating and trying to figure out what happened. We'll find out eventually. All right. Let me go back to the chat real quick. To homie that got the 24-hour ban. I mean, if you feel like coming back tomorrow, do so. Salutes. If not, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Right? Shout out to Pete for the $10 super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you. Shout out El Padrino, Danny Mendoza, Crash Out, Albert, April, Zoraida. Heck, I appreciate you. Thank you for the dono, sir. Salutes. Salutes Oso and Crash Out for running up on Jay Flores and giving him the 2-piece. Bang, bang. I mean, salutes. Appreciate you, Albert Flores, for helping move the content forward. Again, thank you, Heck, for the dono. Let's see. Izzy P. Chiba, salutes to you. Upper Echelon, I appreciate you, sir. Appreciate your insight. In the chat, salutes. Shout out Juan Quintero, I appreciate your insight, sir. I saw Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds around there. Salutes to her. Salutes, Jonathan. I appreciate you, sir. My apologies for Power Chat's behavior. I'll be refunding that. I'll go find it and refund it if it went through. Salutes. Shout out Chucky Chingon. Your vid sucks. I appreciate you, sir. Rilo, salutes to you. Rogelio, salutes to you. Mr. Eddie Jimenez, I appreciate you. I'm just scanning through this, y'all. If I missed you, my apologies. It's been 4 hours, 4.5 going on. Salutes, hundreds up in the chat for y'all. I appreciate y'all. On this side, let me go run over here I'm going to jump the fence to the other side over here. Right. Shout out my brother Oso. Shout out Alonzo 5150. Salutes to Peter, Young Jizzle, Vernon Himes, 030 North, SoCal, Sheldon Espinoza, GB Hustling. Salutes to you. To Buddy that got clapped. See, that's what you get. You played about unsubscribing. All right. That shit wasn't funny to us. Salute to Kino for checking in. James Rucker, we appreciate you. Bless 408, salutes to you. All right, we reached the bottom there. Hundreds up on both sides. All right, I appreciate y'all. I thank y'all for coming again. I'm glad I actually did a live stream. I was on the fence about it, but salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great night. We're going to go out the same way we came in. And I will see y'all another time. We will be having discussions in the Discord. We will have a moderator, wrench holder meeting extremely soon so we can tighten security measures up. All right, they come with some funny and some laughter to them. So salutes, I appreciate y'all. Let's get it together. We're gonna ease everybody out. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. If you have yet to subscribe, please do. And I will see you sometime this week. Shout out to Upper Echelons. Thanks for dropping by. Appreciate your time. Always. Bendiciones para todos. Salutes. Right? We're going to go out how we came in. So y'all have a great night. Again, rest in peace, Miriam Hernandez. And I'm going to drop another moment of silence right before this music. And I will holla. Peace.
My employer recently
pain profound. It's deep where the heart makes sound. One last beat and it might bleed out. I just might leave now, empty these airbags and lie me down. See the lies in your eyes catching up with your mouth. I made my mistakes, of course I never lived them down. You won't let me, left marks on your heart. You will never forget me, condescend me and call me proud. I told you what you need to win and how. I'm a madman now. My worst fears realized, no longer the sad clown, Pagliacci the Pennywise. The point of no return, make them ashes and let them fly. You ain't gon' save them all, so go ahead and just let them die. Murder these emotions, bury them deep inside. If I get any colder, I swear I'ma freeze the shy. All I could do is soldier, marching through a starry night, focused on the end game, finally gon' get it right. Find myself in the light, been fighting for my fucking life, dealing with you fake fucks. I ain't gotta say much, you know what it is, kid. I just wanna blaze up, continue getting rich, bitch, and blow the fucking name up. Built by where I came from, pushed by what I've been through. You deferred my dreams, the reason I resent you. It don't make no sense, you pretend I don't offend you. I'm everything you hate, but if you walked a mile in these shoes, you finally understand why it's not in me to respect you. We come from different fabric, different madness, different venue. We lost our common ground, the bond just wasn't sound. The objective was to come up, and now you bring me down. Now you bring me down.
Crushing me inside.
Cold stares and crooked smiles for what seemed a million miles. Every demon that I let in is out to hunt me down. Burn this jungle up around me, leave the ashes on the ground. Scorched earth, cursed birth, body bags of 4 pounds. This is what we left with, why else would we be desperate? Gunning for each other's heads, wishing everybody dead. Fight the reaper often, but he will never soften. Relentless with his methods, he will put you in the coffin. My mind isn't earned, cause I've already burned. Drowned in the dark matter, mirror shattered, I've learned. You won't take what I've earned, never break what I create. Cause I have made the sacrifices you're afraid to make. My fear is lost potential, being anything but great. Succumbing to the suckers, to the leeches and the hate. Politicians with their speeches in these streets cannot debate. Punch your ballots with these bullets and you'll run and seal your fate. Democracy's a mockery, only the strongest stay. The weak will fade away, and us will see another day. No matter what another motherfucker has to say, I will never let you hold me in one place. Your problems are your own, it's personal, emotions overblown. Living separate visions, conscious overthrown. I trust none of you bastards, I'm safest when I'm alone. It's sad, I understand it's how it is out on this road. To take a gorilla's grip to hold on to your soul. Brute force to stick to the script and not let it go. You can't slip, one false move and you'll never know. Had you gotten up, how far you go? How far you go? Is that you won, you push yourself to your purpose, you persevere through the slums, maneuver smooth through the hustle, you careful making your runs, everyone packing pistols, stay safely behind your gun, make sure you got your own back, them busters run, don't end up doing long time, cause busters sung, looks like loyalty's a thing of the past, and these gangster flicks and rap vids got y'all gas, so when the lead start flying, my guess is that's your ass, cause death will let no man pass, my circle is small and for the living, the strong and unforgiving, no nonsense, the driven, each one obsessed with winning. Settle for less is bullshit, I want it all. Take yours, cut it all up and give to the poor. Sit back, watch the fireworks and witness the war. At the day's end, I want more. At the end of the day, when it all goes away, nothing left to see here, nothing else to say. I ain't for the drama. You ain't got no beef, and I ain't got no time, cause I don't get no sleep, and I don't need help, only I can do me, and I'ma be fine, cause I wasn't born weak. See, the world ain't mine, cause I wasn't born meek, but I walk this planet for the things that I seek. I suffer in the gutter, push my being to the brink, create what wasn't there, bring life to what I think, blow my cloud in the air, keep my consciousness in sync, my instincts well aware, prepared to throw the kitchen sink, keep fighting till it's finished, till the whole shit sink, till I hit rock bottom, bounce back and reach peak, back in my proper placement, ready for shit I'm facing, still feeling alive, cause my heart's still racing, my mind still moving towards the peace I'm chasing, tomorrow's not promised, so motherfuck patience. At the end of the day, when it all goes away, nothing left to see here, nothing else to say. The cloud goes up, the playlist song, let the sound go up. Till the cloud show up, when the cloud come down, put it right back up and fly. Put the cloud back up and fly. Put it right back up and fly. The blunt side roll, lift the cloud off my soul, and help me understand exactly where I'm supposed to go. Help me make a stand, know what I'm supposed to know. See through the facade, try to let my anger go. Life goes on, another show, another town, some other clowns, some other hoes. But the only thing that matters waiting on me back at home. Legacy building in the midst of menacing villains, murdering children like the killings becoming thrilling. The rush of bloodlust, women, babies, civilians. Land gon' become sand from all the graves that they filling. Bodies in the lake of the shake on the sidewalk, yellow crime tape, nothing fake, no outline chalk.